I'd like to call the O'Fallon City Council Special Council Budget Meeting to order of October 13th. Roll call, please, Pam.
Councilman Lucas.
Present.
Councilman Pepper. Councilman
Present.
Pepper. Councilwoman Mack.
Present.
Councilman Feeney.
Present.
Councilwoman Cook.
Present.
Councilman Hammond.
Present.
Councilman Howell.
Present.
Councilman Schwenker.
Present.
Councilman Hinman.
Present.
Councilman Vitale.
Present.
And Mayor Hennessy.
Present. You have an agenda in front of you. What's the pleasure?
Move to adopt, Pepper.
Motion by Councilman Pepper. Is there a second?
Howell.
Second by Councilman Howell. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Bonnie.
Good evening, everyone. It's been another year. We're on to the 2015 budget. We're going to start tonight very quickly with employee benefits. I'll have a general overview during the general fund summary, but I figured we'd start with employee benefits. So John will be coming forward. He is here. Okay. Some of this we covered before during the council meeting, our previous council meeting with health care, but do a quick overview of that.
Yeah, basically, we have no information that we haven't already presented to you at the workshop that was held, I believe, 2 or 3 meetings ago. We're looking at an increase of approximately $422,000 in the increased cost of health care insurance for our employees next year. Of that, and Rick, if I'm wrong, correct me, about $130,000 of that is attributed to new employees we'll have. The balance of that is being split evenly between the city and the employees. Basically, we're offering 3 health plans this year with the addition of a HSA that will be available to employees. We've taken Plan A and Plan B, and through plan design, we have made there's more of a difference between the two than there have been in years past. In years past, there wasn't a whole lot of difference between Plan A and Plan B. And with the design of Plan A, some of the benefits have been enhanced, and in Plan B, it's gone the other way. So you'll pay more, obviously, for Plan A and a little bit more for Plan B. And then with the HSA, that will be no cost to the employee, and we're recommending that the city is able to put $50 into their health savings account. And with that, if anyone has any questions, we will attempt to
You
answer.
started the
them.
meetings yet?
I'm sorry?
You started the employee meetings?
Yes,
How they going?
very well. Not a lot of feedback of any kind, a lot of questions about the HSA. We have not had the HSA specific meetings, just the general meetings, or we still have a lot of questions in the upcoming weeks. We'll have 5, how can we answer your HSA question meetings. So.
Okay.
We're having some meetings in the evenings to make that available for employees and their spouses or the better halves to come in, and if they have questions, they're welcome to come, ask us anytime, because some people, they would just assume their spouse asked the questions.
Okay. Mr. Pepper.
Just prior to, in our book, the triple option plan design, prior to that, there is a proposed, it looks like part-time pay matrix.
That is correct.
Okay. This right here, I've got a couple of questions in here. First of all, are all of these covered by fees?
Yeah, a majority of the employees that fall onto this are employees that are located at the RSC.
Correct.
Other than, we do have a safety town instructor too, which is covered by fees through that program. So these are covered by fees through the programs. There was a couple of years ago, we used to pay them as independent contractor employees, and we sent a determination letter to the IRS to determine whether they really should be employees or independent contractors, and they came back and said we need to pay them as employees. So at that time, we then started paying them out of part-time wages, and then we created the scale.
I see some in here that I have no clue as to what they're doing, and also, are they really needed in this respect at the salaries that you've got listed? What is a Kindermusik instructor?
For Thursday.
Yeah, I would suggest when Craig comes up and talks about the God Spirit Center, that would probably be a good time to discuss these particular positions. Because these are, like I mentioned, they're located in the God Spirit Center.
Okay, yeah, I would like to understand some of these, and, you know, if they're underneath the RSC, then I'd like to make sure that, being an enterprise project, that these things are actually covered, you know, through fees. Okay?
Yeah, a lot of these would be, but I'll make sure we have the specific information for you for Thursday. But a lot of these are covered by fees.
Okay.
Any other questions? They're taking care of that.
What's breaking up?
Any other questions for John?
Yeah, they
I
are.
have one.
Mr. Lucas?
On the insurance plan, I think the company there, I was asking questions about the online help and the other things they do as far as for phone assistance. Is that included with our plan also? I mean, we'll...
Yes, through UHC.
Yeah.
This will be through UHC. Again, UHC does have myuhc.com, which is a very valuable website where the employees can go in and find all their claims, be it out of pocket or pharmaceutical co-pays. You can go back, I think, 18 months, if not longer, so that will be a tool to help them make a decision as to which plan might work best for them next year.
Okay, now-
Plus, there is a nurse hotline that's available.
Now, does that also include, they have, I forget what they call them, but it's like you can dial in and you can actually talk to a nurse or whatever, and you can get guidance on what you need to do as far as...
I think they call it nurse hotline or something along
Yeah.
those lines.
Yeah,
But
so that is
you can
included.
talk to a medical professional.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else on employee benefits? Go ahead, Mr. Pepper.
Can we talk about like a 401? No? Okay, gotcha. Forget it. Thank
Okay.
you.
Any other questions? Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you. Thank you.
The organizational chart is next, and Vicki just wants to go over that very quickly so you understand how it's set up.
The only comment that I had on this is I wanted to make sure that everyone understood that these organization charts are set up by supervision, which was the request is to have organization charts and show who's supervised who. But this is not based on the budget. So we have employees that may be spread across several divisions. So I just wanted to make sure everybody understood not to try to take the one charts and then figure out how it's applied into the budget document. When it comes time for creating the organization charts for the budget document, Kelly does that, and we go based on which employees are actually coded to which divisions, and that's how our org charts are. And those can be found online on the Finance Department page under our budget document. So I just wanted to make that clear. I didn't want it to be too confusing for anyone.
Questions on the organizational charts? Next.
Our fee schedule is in Section 4. That's outlining what we currently charge. As you know, we did have a revenue committee put together. Vicki had brought forward, which you approved, our new revenue policy. I don't think, and Vicki, correct me if I'm wrong, there's many major changes in here, but we wanted to make sure you knew what our revenue fees and what we're charging for. Anything else, Vicki?
Yeah, and the only changes that you're going to find in here is for the RSC, the membership fees have been adjusted upward by 2%. And then we're also recommending for utility billing, the disconnect fee and we have to go out and disconnect water service. It was a $20 fee, and we're requesting that go up to $30 because we put so much more time and effort into that, so we're just trying to recoup more of our cost.
Okay. Mr. Pepper?
Under business licenses, E and F, my opinion, I think that's almost comical, charging $1, based upon the time involved and any materials to be produced for it. Personally, I would like to see that go to possibly $3 or $4.
I think the dollar, and correct me if I'm wrong, I can't get to that page quick enough, but I believe the dollar is to look up the property tax information.
First of all, E, replacement of a lost, stolen, or destroyed license. That's E.
Yeah, and that's, I mean, we can certainly amend that. Basically, what's involved in that is we look up the business, make sure they're currently licensed, and we print it off the computer.
Okay. It just seems awfully low for what's your cost per minute for people to do that.
It only takes us a minute or two to do it. It really is a pretty simple process for us, and we probably only get 1 or 2 a year.
Oh,
It's
okay.
not something that we do very often.
Okay, I just thought it was
It's
low.
almost more as a courtesy.
Okay.
Rose?
I just, when we were on tab 1, I had some questions under the fund divisions and how it's distributed, what was asked for and how it was distributed. Did we just skip over that for a later time, or?
What would be the question, Rose, then I can help you.
Okay, the question is, first of all, when I'm looking at, let's just go to Westhoff Courts renovation, replacement. It's under tab 1.
Third page.
In this tab, it has a listing of the capital items, and these capital items are also located within each of the divisions, so when we get to the recreation fund, there's more detailed information.
Yeah, I didn't think I found it when I looked for it, so I'll sit back and wait, because I did look earlier today, and I don't think I found it, so maybe I just missed it. So I'll wait, and I do understand that, but, okay, that's it.
Anything on the
That was
fee
my
schedule?
question. Nope.
Next.
All right, we're going to start getting into general fund, so I want to do a kind of quick overview of where we're at with that. And certainly, if you read through the budget message, we really put it together using the strategic plan as a basis for putting the budget together, as well as our budget implementation meeting that we had. So you're going to really see as a balanced budget. There are no new positions, no new hours in this particular proposed budget. So as you had wished, that is definitely in keeping with what you had hoped for. Most of this on the expenditure side, there are step increases. Again, it's like a merit, so it's for deserving staff. And we also have increased budgets for training programs. There's a lot more in here for Lean Government / Six Sigma training, which is not cheap. I will tell you that. It's very expensive to do that. But I know in our first 2-day one, it went very, very well. You will see also a lot of new software being requested for timekeeping and payroll, which we'll get into more. Permitting, business licenses, liquor licenses, also code enforcement, business permits, all something that we should have been doing a while ago to make it more friendly in the O, should I say, but also 24/7 for our developers and business owners to really move forward with getting what they need to get done and pay for permits online. And it will certainly make our lives a lot easier keeping track of business licenses, so I think it's a real plus. The other thing you'll note in here, too, 10-year long-range plan for information technology. That's not getting any cheaper in these budgets, and we really need to have a long-term outlook of where we're going with that. And the addition of a new GIS server. With police, We're moving to a 12-hour shift as of January. You'll see the reactivation of the traffic division, and that's our recommendation to you on that. Benefits you've gone over. Also for police, you'll see replacement of 8 police vehicles, siren replacement program, regional 911 system, continuing with the upgrades of that. And as we had mentioned to you before, you'll also note there's $28,000 in there for what is called emergency 911, some way that we can do a reverse 911 when we're in problems, that we can let all our residents know what's going on, but also, just as importantly, let them know about other events or road closures or something other than just a 911. I think it'd be a great asset to O'Fallon and its residents to have that in there. Vehicle replacements will go into that. A lot of the roads, obviously there's a lot more money in there. That's one of your #1 major goals, and due to some state reimbursements, we're able to certainly increase that. And I think the other big change too, stormwater and park and recreation, the splitting of the sales tax. I know stormwater has been on a lot of your #1 priorities for getting some of these projects completed. We went through a lot of scenarios, and the one that I'm recommending to you is a 75-25 split at this time, and we'll get into more detail as we get into that. So that's kind of a general overview of the general fund, and if you have questions, I can answer them, or we can go into revenues for
Go ahead, David.
general fund.
Mr. Mayor. I would like to have a little bit of a discussion on the split that has been proposed between parks and stormwater. And I'm just looking at the budgeting information that I was given through last year. And I wasn't here, so I'm not really sure the understanding at all of it, but the proposed budget for this year was supposed to be about 80% for parks. And evidently we've adjusted that. I personally, looking through the budget, would like to see that remain at the 80-20 split that was proposed last year. I understand we have some issues with stormwater, but this council made a unanimous decision to move forward with the Justice Center and not work on parks. I think that we should go with what was recommended last year and stay with that 80-20 split in order to keep some funding in the parks and working on some of the projects that need to be completed. I do also know in this budget that they have put aside money, exactly what this council had asked them, along with the police department.
$1.5 million, correct.
So with taking that out, that also takes a hit out of their budget. And, you know, my recommendation and my suggestion being on the Parks Board is that we keep that at 80-20 split. And I'd just like some discussion with the rest of the council to see what their thoughts are.
You want to talk about the 80-20?
I can, but I've got another issue that I'd like to ask.
Well, let's get done with the 80-20 first, then we'll come back to your,
Okay.
because Mr. Henman wants the discussion of this council
Okay.
on the 80-20. So let's get one thing done, then we'll come to you with your next question.
Okay.
So if you got something on the 80-20, go.
Yeah, on the 80-20, actually, I was hoping for a 70-30. The condition of our stormwater abatement in this city is still abysmal at best. There's a lot of residents that are suffering as a result of the lack of stormwater control, fixing, et cetera, of existing problems. It was ignored for years and years and years, decades, if not whatever, okay? So I think we need to take care of those residents' problems that are actual problems, per se, at this point in time.
I'm going to disagree with you. I mean, I think, yes, there are some issues and there's been problems with the stormwater, but, I mean, the parks are something that affects every single resident, nearly every single resident within the city. And if we continue cutting what we should have had in their budget, all it's going to do is put that off for years and years also. So I think what we had talked about, what you all had talked about last year and setting up as a percentage should remain what it was.
Mr. Mayor?
Go ahead.
I think this council agreed back then, though, that that was proposed, and this council disagreed and went forward with the other split. We did not stick with an 80-20. Am I correct, Mr. Mayor?
What was our split last year?
I think it was an 80-20, wasn't it?
It was close to 35-65 last year.
Yeah, it was 35-65 last year.
Yeah, and I
Parks
believe
got
that was
65, stormwater got 35.
that was anticipated with that large stormwater project coming through. We knew that it was going to spike that year.
Okay. Mr. Hammond?
Thank you. When when we first put that issue on the ballot and the residents overwhelmingly passed it, us and the residents all knew it was not an instant fix to stormwater. It was a long progress of building funds and growing it so we can get all these projects taken care of and fixed. It never was going to be fixed in 5, 6, 10, 15 years. It's going to be an ongoing project. Like Councilman Hinman said, this affects more than just our residents, the parks do. It's region-wide. I understand that the stormwater problems are greatly affecting a handful of residents. That there's issues with stabilization of banks and stuff, which is creating erosion and some flooding in some areas and all that stuff, and we are working at fixing this. I don't want to get into an issue where we keep funneling money to a certain fund when we're robbing Peter to pay Paul when Peter doesn't have the funds, even with all that money, to fix what's going on at that moment. We need to build these funds and grow them forward. Every single public survey we've had come forward, one of the top priorities of the citizens is parks. 20%. It's their money. So to go anywhere beyond our parks suffering so we can just pile money up for the stormwater is not doing a service to our residents, or not doing a service to what our residents want. What our residents want is both things funded, but the parks affect all of them. Okay? The stormwater affects a handful of them. So to go overwhelming to one side and say we got to get so much more money to the storm store is doing a disservice to our residents and the money that they are entrusting us to spend. So I'm with Councilman Hinman that we need to go back a different direction and continue to fund the storm stores, but we cannot damage our parks, and we also cannot be bouncing back and forth, up and down on what percentage we send to each one each year, because no one can budget for that. I cannot budget my family with X amount of money and not know that next year we're taking 15% of that off, or the year after that we're adding 5% to it. I need some kind of level balance throughout this entire span that we can all have a budget and live with and be constructive with.
Okay. Hold on. Mr. Howe?
Thank you, Mayor. With all due respect, I disagree, Mr. Hammond.
You're allowed to.
And as far, when you talk about the surveys and that, if you recall, the number one concern for the surveys has always been infrastructure. That the residents, that they want, the infrastructure has always been number one. Streets, roadways, sewer, that's all. The parks have always received a acceptable, if not above average rating. So, and we've got some great parks. I think, and I'm not putting ideas in your head, but I think you being in the ward where you are, in the I'll call it the newer portion of the city, you don't get the calls that myself and Councilman Schwenker and Mr. Hemming, I know you're not in the newer, you guys are a little bit flexible with your area, but I think, and I understand what you're saying about having a steady stream, not changing the year, but I think we got to be flexible with this. I honestly do. I mean, there's a lot of issues, a lot of them. I mean, we're working on them almost daily, it seems like, for the past year and a half. So, that being said, I'm not sure the exact figure, but I don't want to. I don't want to deprive the stormwater fund. I just don't want to deprive it. My opinion.
Councilman Hall, we do get the phone calls. They're wondering where their park's at.
Mr. Lucas?
Take them for a tour, John.
Well, I've been here 8 years, and I will guarantee you, the worst phone calls I've received in that 8 years been related to stormwater, flooding, and issues related to that. Now, we have fixed several big projects. It was in my backyard, so I know the Copperfield one would come to mind, and that was a major issue, and it not only helped, I mean, it wasn't a handful of residents that it helped. I mean, it not only provided, there was 3 subdivisions immediately facing that project, 3 different subdivisions. It also took care of some problems that were further downstream that those residents had no idea that the project had happened. It helped them, and they were unaware that anything had been done. All they know is the problem had been improved. So the projects that we do with stormwater, I disagree that it affects a handful of people. And I guarantee you that if you go to a resident that their house is flooded because of storm issues, they could care less what goes on in the parks. Now, that's not to say that we don't have parks issues. I wish there was a way that we could take 100% of all the money and give it to not only parks, but give it to stormwater also. But that can't happen. In our meetings with the city administrator, she discussed the fact that if you get much more above 25%, you have to start contracting that work out, because the 25% puts us on a budget that our staff can currently handle what's going on with everything. You get much above that, we have to start contracting out, which means that you lose some. If we keep it internal, you have to hire people to do it. Otherwise, you contract it out. So I'm comfortable with the 25% split. I think it's a nice balance to keep some of the issues we got, especially within our end of the town. I'm not in favor of going much above 25%. And like I said, I hope that with all said and done, that what we end up getting is eventually getting Prop P passed, so they will get a huge influx of things that are going on once that comes into play, which will more than offset the difference between a 20 and a 25% split at this point in time.
Mr. Patel?
I have to agree with Councilman Hammond and the rest of the council who said that parks are very important, and it's funny that we have not thought about putting Prop P back on the ballot, and I think Councilman Mack has requested it to be on the workshop next meeting, and that eliminates some of that problem where we can satisfy both needs. Overwhelmingly, the 3rd Ward supported Prop P. And we do get the calls asking, where's the park south of Highway N? And I also have spent time with a couple residents recently on some stormwater issues as well. So again, I think it's something that this council ought to reconsider about putting Prop P on the ballot.
Mr. Schwenker?
I would disagree with Mr. Hinman because he wasn't here, and the split was about 75-25, and we moved it to stormwater because of what Councilman Howe said. We moved it for certain reasons because there were certain projects had to be done.
Let's come to a vote.
I actually called Mr. Lucas up, and he met with me because I thought we were going to put more into parks this year. I did think that, but I talked. Mr. Lucas met with me for breakfast about a week ago and explained to me the split and assured me that city staff has set down water and management and the parks, and they're very happy with the way it is split right now. Because if we add more to the stormwater at this point, unless we contract out, which I don't have a problem with that. Unless we contract it out, we would have to hire more staff, which I disagree with that. I think it's 75-25 split at this time, unless city staff would come up here and say, we want it, parks say we want 80, and stormwater says we only want 20, then I could support it, because they're the ones that live it and do it every day. So for us to sit up here as they've went through meeting after meeting after meeting, and they're telling us 75-25 is the split they want, I think it's foolish for us to sit up here and quibble over 5% and then make them come up with a whole new plan where it may be minute of what's going to take place. I mean, unless city staff tells me different, I don't know why we would change that percentage just to be changing.
The discussion came out of the Parks Board meeting, where we were given a budget that was what was recommended last year at the 80%, 20%. And then we had another budget that was given to us at a 75-25 because they felt as though stormwater needed some additional funds and to try to get it back to the 75-25 this year. So last year, Parks gave up an additional 10% to put into stormwater. So
Right, because we had a big project, so you're telling me so you're telling me the recommendation came from the Parks Board, not city staff?
that's where the discussion came from.
Okay.
Mr. Feeney?
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I don't know, but $3.5 million thereabouts we could use in stormwater. I don't know how long people have been waiting in different areas, but I know that our list is about 10 people that have been waiting at least 10 to 15 years to get something done, and we keep passing over it. We have another $35 million sitting out there just to be able to put sidewalks and curbs and storm sewers in. So I would like to see it at 30, but I'll take 25, because I think we have to do something, and we always put it off, and we've been putting it off. We got to start moving, or you'll never get there. And a lot of you in the wards have sidewalks, they have curbs, they have stormwater sewers. A lot of Ward 5 does not, and a lot of Ward 1 doesn't have some. And watching the water and seeing it, go out and look at it coming out of the banks because of that, it's tough. It's tough to tell people, you know, your road's closed down because of it. It's just an issue that we have to do something, and I don't want to take everything from parks either, but I don't want to leave people waiting another 10 years and maybe 20 years before they see something that's on the top 10 list. And the top 10 list isn't gone down. It's still there. It's the same list. So I would appreciate you thinking about 30%, but if you're going to go with the 25, I'll take that. I'd be happy.
Okay. Mr. Pepper?
Councilman Hammond, when you're talking about planning on down the road and some of the other things that you had mentioned, it seems to me that creek bank stabilization is a sometimes monthly occurrence or destabilization, and we have waited so long in so many areas for something to be done that it's eroding away yards. Not a handful, a bunch, especially in our ward. I can probably pick out at least 7 different areas right now where that's happening, where it's actually taking away people's yards, and we're not doing anything about it because they're down on the list. So I would like to see this, you know, like Councilman Feeney said, I'd like to see it the 70-30, but I'll settle with the 75-25 without a problem.
Okay. Mr. Hammond?
What would that 5% gain us? What projects is that 5% going to complete?
Bonnie?
As I've been sitting here going, help me. Unfortunately, I don't have it with us tonight because it's scheduled for Thursday, but we have a presentation we can give you of 3 different scenarios, and you'll be able to see what effect it has on both funds, so.
I was going to let them finish with
I
that
know,
discussion.
but I was
and
jumping.
What I would prefer you to do, because in my mind, you're going to make a motion for the 80-20.
No.
What?
Not yet.
Hold on. Can I finish, please? What I would want you to do, if I could ask you to wait till Thursday when the Stormwater Fund and the Parks Fund is on for Thursday night.
That's fine. I just wanted to
I would wait. I would wait. I would like for you to wait. That way we can hear the 3 proposals for stormwater, which I believe was 70, 75, and 80, if I remember correctly.
And you'll see the pros and cons and how it affects both
Okay.
departments.
So what I would prefer, let's wait till after the Parks Fund, because I believe you got stormwater, then you have parks, and then we can discuss the percentage-wise. Okay? Rose, do you have something?
Well, yeah, I'm not going to be able to be here Thursday night, so I'm a little confused on stormwater, and Councilman Pepper's talking about bank stabilization on creeks. Councilman Feeney is talking about curbs and gutters. So
Well,
does curbs and gutter, well, I'm just asking.
yeah,
Lord, 'cause
curbs and storm sewers and everything else is stormwater, because there are places in Ward 5 that do not, it is like, Bramlett Road that just has the ditches. So what they're looking for is to get the stormwater, and, the presentation does have some of them with the stormwater, going to stormwater instead of the ditches.
Okay, I was just wondering if some of it could come out of streets. That's where I was, curbs and stuff like that. No? Okay. I thought if we're doing a street,
No.
we could do, it's got to be a different fund.
Why?
Mr. Howe?
So you're 75-25, Rose?
I'm not finished. I had another question. Now you guys made me forget my question.
Go ahead, Rose.
Since you're not going to be here, I just
On
wanna make sure
stormwater
it's on
and,
tape.
go ahead, move on. If I remember, I'll bring it back up.
Mr. Howe?
You made me lose it. Go
Bob, do you
ahead.
have something?
No, I
Okay.
I can do the 75-25. I just,
Mr.
Rose wasn't going to make it. I just wanted to hear her opinion, that's all.
Mr.
Go ahead.
Pepper?
When we're talking about getting stuff done, there's an awful lot of small, little projects on creek bank stabilization that are not large projects, but if they're taken care of, then they won't get bigger, which will cause a large project, because erosion is something that just doesn't go away unless it's stabilized. That's all.
Mr. Feeney?
Well, Rose, you're right. It's stabilization. We have one in Ward 5 that is Civic Park Court, and it started out as a 3, so we're just going to give them the rock and let them fix it. Well, we didn't help them get the rock, and we didn't get things ironed out with the Corps of Engineers, all the things that were needed, and now it's gone to a 2, so it's 50-50 right now. And at the rate it's going, before the end of the year, it'll probably be a 1, which means it's 100% ours. So we do need to work on the ones that we can do the 50-50 and get them done up front and kind of slow down that list. Because that list keeps going to a 1, it's going to cost us all the money. And, when the guy's backyard's almost completely gone and it's up to his patio now, because we didn't push when we should have pushed 3 or 4 years ago, we have problems. And that's the way I look at it. I feel for the people.
Okay.
Well, I have an issue in this end of town, which is not this, so I'll go really fast, and that is all the problems we're having with the water main breaks and et cetera, et cetera. To me, that is a major issue that this end of town is facing, and I don't know if we're addressing that any place in here or not.
I believe that'd be in the water sewer fund.
Okay, and it's being addressed, because that needs to be,
So you're
Maintenance-wise,
75-25.
it is.
She's 80-20.
She's 75-25.
I'm 80-20.
She's
Well,
75.
the only problem is she's not going to be here, so she's not going to get to vote. Debbie, you have something? You want to say anything about it?
No, everybody's covered it.
Okay. Anything else on that? Okay. Mr. Pepper, do you have something else on the, before we went to the 80, I said we'd finish the 80-20, do you have something else?
Oh, yeah, the other thing, too, you were talking about the additional cars for the police department, and seeing as you're talking about the 12-hour shift, isn't there a way to reduce the number of assets of police cars through that?
There may be, but at this point, because of the newness of 12 hours, plus we're adding a traffic division onto all the schedules, which we don't have now, they'd rather wait before they solidify, give away some vehicles, and then find out, oops. So I think next year you may see some changes, but with the addition of a traffic division, which everybody's wanted, I wouldn't do anything right now.
I thought they actually had the traffic division and the cars available for it, they just didn't have the people to process it.
Well, that may be, but I wouldn't recommend that you do any big changes right now.
You can discuss that with the chief when the police stud comes up on Thursday.
Okay.
Okay?
Question.
Thanks, Bill.
Anything else on general?
Planning, Mr. Woods. You're up.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, there was one, just a quickie question. On that
Is it
first
for
page.
Mr. Woods? I bet you he
No,
can answer
it's
it.
for Bonnie. Or Vicky, 000.4150. What is financial institution taxes?
That is a tax that is placed on banks. It's based on the amount of revenue a bank earns. I don't understand it fully. That actually goes through St. Charles County, and then they reallocate it back out to the municipalities.
Well,
We get it once a year.
with 13 banks on Highway K, I'd sure like to know why it's so low then. They've all got to be running a profit somewhere.
Yeah, I'm sure it's just a very small percentage.
Okay.
Vicki was going to go over revenues, I forgot, real quick, for general fund before David starts. Unless David would like to do that.
Sure, I know all about the revenue.
Mr. Pepper, you got anything else, sir?
Yeah, wait a minute, am I,
Well, I'll tell you what, let Vicki go ahead and go over the revenues.
are we under 5 or,
Yes.
Right now, we are. Let Vicki go over the revenues, and you can think of your question.
okay.
And I was going to try and touch upon some of the major revenue sources that we have and some with some more significant changes. The property taxes, we have a 2% increase. 2015 is going to be a reassessment year. The last several years that we've actually had declines. Coming from information I've received from the assessor's office, they believe that everything's moving in a positive direction, and they feel that home values are going to be assessed at a slightly higher value, which is why I went ahead and recommended the 2% increase in that area. For delinquent property taxes is one of those taxes that we tend to get every other year. It tends to spike. It's really difficult to predict sometimes as to what we're going to get. I base the 2015 figure. I took the last 2 reassessment years that we had, and that averaged $345,000. So I took a 2% increase over that. So it would make sense. Because typically every other year you tend to get your trend on a reassessment year based on people that want to go out and protest their new reassessment. So I think that's why we get a trend every other year. Then on surtax. Surtax revenue is it's a replacement tax of the 1985 Merchants and Manufacturers tax. It is a property tax. It is collected by St. Charles County based on properties not just within O'Fallon. It's actually based on properties, throughout the county. It's a little bit more difficult to explain, but I did go ahead and project a 6% increase on that. It is a reassessment year, so I do feel that those values are going to increase countywide. Then I'm going to go ahead and jump down to the CenturyLink, which is 0004163. I have an increase on the current year for CenturyLink based on the settlement that was just approved, and you'll see the settlement portion in the second line to that actually states CenturyLink settlement. That settlement will start increasing our monthly taxes as well by about $4,000 a month. So I increase that line item by $4,000 a month. So that's where that increase comes in.
And on the settlement, let me just say, this is one-time settlement, so we put it all towards capital items, but can't bank on that in future years. Maybe something else, maybe Amarin or something.
Oh, boy. Don't bring that up now.
Is it?
Yeah, and some of the other revenues that you see kind of spike are more of the building department revenues, which, as we know, that's based on what's coming in the community, that year, what we know may be coming in. Some items we just predict. We have a lot of small commercial finishes, things like that are going to come through that we don't anticipate, but they come through every year. So if you have a lot of questions on the development revenue. I think David probably could assist on that area.
Okay. Councilwoman Mack.
Okay, I have a couple questions for you, Vicki. On seizure funds 4409, what was I assume there was something special that happened in 14 that we have such a large number and then it drops back down again.
On the seizure funds, what happened in 2014 is we recognize that there's a grant that we receive. It's for it's RCEEG. It's the computer crimes grant that we received. And up until last year, we were recording that as an intergovernmental revenue because we were not notified that that was a seizure fund. And last year, we became aware that that is a seizure fund. So if you look at the 2015, that's the only amount that I have in the budget for seizure for 2015, and that's because it offsets the officer salary that's placed. It's actually the replacement officer for that officer that's in that division. We are not allowed to budget any other seizure funds. We can't budget it until we receive it, and then the police department makes recommendations on how that gets spent.
So this 80,000 is for?
It's for a grant that we receive. We have an officer. He's actually located at St. Charles County building off of Tom Ginevra, and it's for computer crimes. Well,
Okay.
we don't get reimbursed for his salary, but we get reimbursed for the officer that replaced him.
Okay.
So it's basically one officer's salary plus benefits.
I'm going to go to the next page, zoning request. And I'm choosing this randomly. I have a number on it, but I'd like to know how when we have 0% increase, and I'm taking zoning requests, and I understand that in some categories what's going to happen is you're going to get your revenue at the end of the year or close to the end of the year. But I'm not, you had $750 projected. Up and through 9 months, we've only received $335, and yet you turn around and project back at $750. If you divide that number up, and this is for a lot of things in here, so don't just jump on this one particular one. I'm using it because it's easy. So what happens is that should be, I would think, $446 or rounded off, and instead it's $750 again, which inflates your revenue cost. Are your revenue expectations?
Yeah, and sometimes you can't look just at 1 year. You have to look at the trend over several years because it is an estimated number, and it does fluctuate from year to year. So we try to use a trend from most of the revenues. We go back 5 years. On a revenue like this, because it's $750 and it's somewhat immaterial in my eyes, we projected it to equal the 2014, because if you look at 2013 and 2012, both of them approximated over 900. So 750 is still somewhat conservative. It could be that we just had one bad year.
So you're doing this on a 5-year basis, and I was figuring it on a 1-year basis. Is that correct?
Yeah. Typically, we look at the trends that are coming in over a period of time.
Because some of these have got, this one here, festivals, that's got, over a $20,000 jump. Hi, David. And I don't want, but, so you're telling me you're doing this over a 5-year view as opposed to a year?
Yeah, for something like the permits, licenses, things like that, when you go into festivals, and I think you're probably looking at the Heritage and Freedom Festival.
No, actually, I was looking at festivals, period.
Festivals.
Yeah.
So I think that's got
I think once Samarsha gets up,
Yeah.
she'll be, because a lot of times these are coming from the department head too, because they know of a new event or something, so I think.
Well,
when she-
it's a trend through the whole thing, and I was just trying to figure out, this is a trend that I picked up. Explain to me how you get to that number, and I don't care whose budget we're talking about or whatever, because every time there's a zero out, then this is what's happening. So all I was asking, and Vicki, I believe, answered my question by saying it's usually on a 5-year basis, and I was going on a 1-year basis.
Okay. Anything else?
I'm finished.
Mr. Howe?
Thank you, Mayor. Back up to the CenturyLink settlement up there. That you said we're getting $4,000 a month, Vicki, is that what you said coming in?
That's correct.
And this is a one-time settlement, Bonnie, you said?
One-time settlement, but the 4,000 is recurring.
Okay, for
Correct.
how long?
That's going to continue. And
Okay.
that's why that 4,000 is in the CenturyLink line and not in the settlement line. The
Okay.
portion in the settlement line is the one-time settlement, and that can only be applied to
Okay.
capital.
Okay, now I got it. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Pepper?
4720 miscellaneous revenue. Can you explain that one and then why there is such a major spike this year?
That's an easy one. We received insurance proceeds for the Copper Dome, and it amounted to about $220,000 this year.
Was that offset by an expense?
At this point, we did budget an expense for that project. I'm not sure if we're going to be able to get that encumbered before the end of the year and get that bid out. That's something that when facilities comes up, I'm sure that they can expand a little bit more
Would be nice.
on that.
Thank you.
I'm sure it's noted.
Okay. Anything else on revenues? Seeing none.
Mr. Woods.
Mr. Woods?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'm here to talk about planning in the GIS, tab number 6. Kind of the highlights on my budget here, kind of starting off under the operating items. The equipment repair and maintenance is going up a little over 11%, and that has to do with we're having to pay a new licensing fee for our geo event processor that's used for the iPads and tracking those, and the trash trucks is what started it, but we see other uses on that. But there's an additional licensing fee there, so that's gone up. Computer supplies has actually gone down a good portion. We had to buy some battery backups that we do not need in next year's budget, so we're good there. So that's why that's gone down. Training and travel, you notice we haven't spent a whole lot on that. We've got actually a conference this week we're going to. We've got an online training we're getting ready to renew, so a lot of those things are kind of hitting towards the end of the year. And we've asked for some more for next year. I would like to send our GIS manager to an Esri conference. He has never been to one. So that's kind of why we're asking for some additional funds in our training and travel next year, but we are planning on using what we got this year. We just haven't, our conferences haven't hit yet on this year. And I just noticed this here recently where I kind of went down on the advertising. And then we had a couple big projects come in. These are for public notices, public legal descriptions in the paper. We had a couple big ones come through. Shady Creek was one, and they were really big, and they kind of blew my budget up on that. So I'd actually proposed to go down for next year, but I'm over right now, so that might be something we need to recheck, but I actually have that going down. In the equipment repair, you notice I had it's going down, and I think we're going to be able to make sure that stays that way there. And I had a couple capital. I had 2 capital requests. These are both related to the mapping information. We are asking for a new server. This would be a backup. We'd want to put this off-site with the IT location, so we have a secure off-site server for all of our mapping information. We're getting more use out of it with the iPads, and our capacity is limited on the one we've got, so we're looking for more capacity, redundancy, and just to serve, just to be more efficient on that. So there is a large cost on that, for next year, and then we have the annual maintenance that we would need. So we're asking for a new server for the GIS mapping. And then the other item, we're asking for a new plotter and a scanner. The scanner, these are for large sheets of plans, and the plotter would be a printer for larger sheets also. The one we've got one currently. It's about 10 years old. There's a couple parts that have not they don't make anymore. We've looked into just purchasing these parts. They're just the one part we think we need is about $1,000, and it would be used. So we think we would need a new one. Really, the one we have is just, it's outdated. They don't really make a lot of the things we need for it anymore. So we're recommending we'd like to get a new plotter scanner. The scanner part still works, but it's a plotter. It's kind of one piece of equipment. We want to keep it for a while so we can use it to scan older sheets. We don't want to take a brand new one and run old plans through it and mess it up. We would still use the scanner as long as we can, and we'd want to really need the new plotter though right away.
Okay.
So that's our two capital requests.
Mr. Lucas?
David, you said your scanner's working. Are you contracting out with any, you're sending out to get it duplicated to any of the outside the city, some of the stuff you're doing? To scan? Yeah. No, not the scanning. We've had some requests to print the maps. We've had to go out and. So you have had some stuff that you could do with this that you've had to take outside. Right. Okay. The only other question had to do with the telephone expenses in there of almost 50%. That's it has to do with the iPad, the monthly. I've got one. We would like to get two more for our planner and assistant for our meetings and different things. So we're making more use of that. So that's actually the monthly service on those two. That's fine. I just that's the one, you're right. I missed that. That's the one big one that you did mention. So I was hoping you wouldn't.
Mr. Pepper.
David, you mentioned GIS involvement with environmental services. Is there a plan to involve streets also with the GIS mapping and all of this? And my question would be then, if that's in fact the use, is some of it coming out of their budget to supplement this, or is it all coming out of yours on this one?
On the licensing, the licensing, that's just coming out of our budget. As far as a direct plan, I think the option is there, but it's the license that we have currently for the trash truck geo event. I'm just saying, I think the capacity would be there to do additional things with it.
Well, wouldn't that be an opportunity to do cost sharing?
I don't think it's really been decided if it's, is it going to be streets? Is it going to be someone else at this point? So I think that's part of why we kept it within David's until we know next one.
Jim, I believe there is a possibility once we decide what's going to happen, then if need be, then they can cost share with the different departments.
Okay, that's all. We don't want to forget it.
We never do.
Anything else, Mr. Schwenker?
On when you charge people, David, at the beginning we were talking about maps and stuff like that. Them were minimal fees. Are you just charging? Because you've done a couple for me, and you told me they were very expensive and hard to do. So are we just charging for the map itself, or are we charging for your time? Or what are we doing?
If it's a map that takes research, and if it's not one that we currently have available, we do charge our time to create that.
Okay, so you charge that $27 research fee or $28, whatever.
There's a rate for it. I think that's in a document that we had approved earlier this year that Pam put together. Does that sound right? Yeah.
Okay.
There's a rate we charge on that. So if it's a brand new map that we don't have already, we'll charge that hourly rate. If it's a map we already have and they just want a printed copy, well, there's so much per page that we would charge.
Okay. We got that pretty well. We know what it's costing us. The only other thing I would say, and I'm going to say this on all of them, is training and travel. This council all agreed that that was something we took back and we needed to do. The only thing I would like to see, and this is more policy, is what just happened with the streets department, and this would just be to you, Bonnie, is that when these guys do the training travel, I'm all for it. I think we pulled it back. We need to keep doing it. But they need to give you some kind of summary when they come back. They need to give you some kind of summary, and then that way you can share it with the council so we can make a wise decision. Was this a waste of money, or was this because they've come back this last time and there was a lot of good things they had on there, things like that was never shared with us before, which I think would be very good for you, information for you to have, so you can help us make a wise decision.
Yeah, and I'm getting them from some departments, but I still need them from everyone, no matter where you're going. Just quick summary. Short
Yeah, I would
and
like to see some kind of policy put in place for that, so we can make a wise decision. You know, they need to, if they're going to do training and travel, they need to give you a summary of what they learned and if it was beneficial, if it wasn't beneficial.
Okay.
Any other questions? Any other questions for David on Plan and GIS? Building Code Enforcement. David?
Yeah, I would like to just take a minute and introduce a new employee. We have a new building and code enforcement manager, and he is here this evening. This is Jared Agee. He comes to us from University City, where he had a similar position where he managed building code enforcement. He also had IT, animal control, and facilities. So he's
So
been
is he
here.
taking all that now?
No. I was just going to say, do not bring up animal control, please. No.
I almost didn't say that, but I was wanting to.
If the chief is watching right now, forget it. Forget it.
So he's been here about 3 weeks now, 4 weeks, and we welcome him. But I just come this evening, and Nathan is here to go through the building and code enforcement budget.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Basically, we're on tab 7, Building Code Enforcement, and if we look at the budget from last year to this year, our operating costs, we've had a 16.12 reduction in this year, so headed the right direction as far as cost savings. Also, as far as capital improvements go, I think we just have one vehicle that we're requesting for this upcoming year, is to replace one of our older vehicles. That will be handled under the fleet, their budget. We can go over a couple items, specific ones. Charges for contract services. There was a change in there. We had an increase in what St. Charles County Assessors charges us. We had a big increase this last year that was unforeseen, so we've added that into the budget, and that made a change for us. And also in that account is abatement of nuisances, and that would be for like replacing a roof is something we've done in the past, tearing down trees, removing a structure or something, and we anticipate using all of that money this year. We do have a structure that we're in the process. It looks like we're going to have to step forward and tear it down. We're to that point of receiving bids and such to do that, so it looks like we'll spend it all this year and probably then some out of that budget. So going forward, that would be expended. One of the next items, office supplies. We've had some reduction. If you look over the years, we've went down in what we've spent a little bit, and that's due to us using the iPads for code enforcement. That's been a big drop in our office supplies budget. Before, we were printing off some pictures. That was part of our procedure in code enforcement. So we spent a lot of money on toner, and believe it or not, and just that one process change is going to allow us to drop about $1,000 in office supplies this year. So, also office equipment for the coming year. We will, let's guess, this current year for office equipment. We have code books that we're buying and a LaserJet printer that we've purchased this year. We still have some code books that we need to buy this year. Starting next year, we're going to be adopting the 2015 codes, so that will hopefully come around toward the end of next year. That's a big expense for us. We have to buy quite a few code books and PDF versions, computer versions of those documents also. So that's something why that number had went up. And let's see, training and travel.
We've asking for an increase there also. To date, we spent about $1,900 according to this, but we've actually spent probably almost all of our budget this year. It's just not shown up. We've spent it in the last couple of months. We went to sent some guys to some training at the state level, and so we've spent most of that this year. So I anticipate spending all of that this year, and that's why I've asked for a little bit of an increase next year to continue on and get that training every year, or at least send a couple guys to it every year. And if anybody has any specific questions, I'd be more than happy to talk about it.
Councilman Schwenker.
Our part-time wages, Nathan, what exactly do they do? Is that 2 guys?
Yeah, we try to hire 2 gentlemen each year, and that's for code enforcement. It's tall grass, signs, and other code enforcement activity. We usually start them out with tall grass and signs, and then see based on their experience. We hired 2 this year, and actually one of those employees filled a vacant full-time position for us. We were lucky enough to get very qualified individuals this year, and so one of those did wind up being a full-time employee for us that just started. So that's something that we look forward to next year. Also utilizing the part-timers to help during the code enforcement busy season.
So the part-time is not something that we're doing on the weekends?
Well, the part-timers, correct. But I mean, the part-timers do some work on the weekends, but the majority of their duty is through the week. But I do have the part-timers pulling signs, because it's cost-effective to have those gentlemen out there as opposed to a full-time employee. So we do utilize the part-timers also on weekends just to pull signs. That's what they're doing on weekends. Not full-blown code enforcement, not doing that on weekends.
And I know we've talked about that before, because Councilman Howell and myself get a ton of calls on that because people abuse it on the weekend.
Mm-hmm.
The signs is probably the biggest thing they abuse on the weekend, and we get calls all the time of stuff, and that's why I didn't know if we're utilizing that for part-time, where we can move them more to the weekends to, just the little stuff like that we get calls on. That's probably the most abusive thing that businesses do, is put signs. I mean, they're actually back to nailing them on the telephone poles or taping them on the telephone poles again, and I mean, it looks like trash, but
yeah,
I don't know who to call. I know, I call Bob, but he can't do nothing, but I mean.
My suggestion is you get a hold of Bonnie, and Bonnie can get a hold of code enforcement, and they go out and take care of it.
On the weekends?
You send Bonnie an email. She's got her phone on 24 hours a day. I would like to go through the proper process instead of you calling code enforcement.
No, I call Bob.
You can call Bob and have Bob call Bonnie. It doesn't matter. But go through the process to call the city administrator, then she can forward that over to code enforcement.
Are you okay with that?
Yeah,
Bonnie?
and certainly, there's repeat offenders.
Oh, yeah.
So if you keep seeing the same sign, then when these guys go out, because they're not out every single weekend, then, it's going to be the same offenders over and over
Right,
again.
I mean, I don't
Occasional new one, but.
Right, and I don't want to get off track on this, but I'll just throw this out there. I mean, if we, and I agree with you, repeat offenders. I didn't call you because I know, you're off on the weekends, but I mean, if we have repeat offenders, then code enforcement needs to look at what we need to do to put teeth in something to start finding these people to recoup our cost.
We've done that. I mean, this year we had, We Buy Houses signs. I'm sure you've seen them a lot. And we got a big influx of those early in the year, and we stepped up our enforcement on those, and we kind of got those scaled back a little bit. So I haven't seen too many of them, though they do pop up. People put up those signs pretty quick once in a while.
Oh, yeah. And I mean, the biggest thing is us recouping cost on that. So because there's probably more guys needed in that department, but we need to justify it, and we need to recoup the cost of what they're going out there for the violation.
Is that it? Councilman Pepper?
Can you explain to me the almost $14,000 jump in wages, permanent employees from 14 to 15? It says only it says only a 2.3% jump, but I guarantee you 2% of 100,000 and 2% of 1,000 is a whole bunch of difference.
I'd probably give that to Vicki to answer the wages question.
I can tell you for the employees, we do assume that they're going to get a step increase, and a step increase is about 2.5%, which tells me even if we're accounting for the step increase, there's probably an employee or two that's topped out.
How many employees are involved in this one?
I believe there is 12.
12?
Correct.
Oh, which I'm sorry, but also brings up one of the subjects I forgot to ask earlier. I thank you for that one. What's the percentage we pay in loggers per employee?
It's different based on whether you're a police employee or if you're a general employee. And off the top of my head, I'm thinking general is somewhere around 9% and police is somewhere around 12%.
Of salary?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And that's what we're picking up?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Anything else?
That should do it, sir. Thank you.
Anything else on building and code enforcement? Seeing none? Thank you.
Thank you.
And next up, we have Mr. Dearduff and landscaping. I think Cindy may be coming up.
Good evening. The Landscape Division oversees the landscape beds, mowing at all the city municipal properties, as well as right-of-way mowing and the mowing of derelict properties. This year was our first year where we've actually managed the contracting out of all of the right-of-way, and we are recommending that be continued into 2015, as well as contracting out the bush hogging responsibilities as well. This affects the water and sewer funds as well as the SRIF fund. Once we have completed presenting the landscape budget to you, Bob will explain the proposed numbers for the contracted services. This service is currently out for bid. We should do the bid opening on October 21st. So by the final budget meeting, if there is a third one, we would have the results of that bid. So if any adjustments need to be made, we could make them at that time. So with that, I will turn it over to Bob to present the 2015, and then we can follow up on the right-of-way and bush hogging when he's done.
Thank you, Council, for listening to my suggestions. I felt pretty good when I walked in the door because I had a 4.5% reduction of $22,000, and then Nathan ruined it for me because he had 16% reduction.
We'll get him for you, Bob.
So going down my list here on tab 8, we lowered the amount of part-time wages from $90,000 to $76,000. That's a $14,000 reduction. We removed one of the seasonals that we had put in for last year. Things didn't quite pan out exactly like we thought, but we also were encouraged by the contract mowing, so we thought we would remove that seasonal employee and contract out the clip site mowing. Moving down a little further, overtime reduction by $1,050. This is mainly due to we fine-tuned an irrigation system in the greenhouse that took out the weekend watering task from my full-time employees through the late winter and into springtime. So no one was reporting to the greenhouse on the weekends. Seemed to work real well, so now I'm committed to know that we will not need that overtime because of that irrigation process. Contract services is increasing, back again due to the fact that we will likely, we will entertain the idea of mowing the clip sites with a contractor, and also we have been experimenting with seasonal employees that are temporary labor from HR staffing is who we're using currently, and that seems to be working. So overall, by eliminating the seasonal employee, combining with the contractual mowing and using temporary staff on an on-call type basis rather than a seasonal that works the entire summer, we're trying to drive down that cost of labor. Building materials is reduced by $750, probably particularly because we don't have a project on the horizon. This is typically what we use to buy landscape blocks, plywood, screws, lumber, steel, that type of thing. Veterans Walk is reduced by $4,800. Big part of this is due to the LED lighting that was just switched out in this year. Now we don't need that in our operating budget for 2015. I also think that the veteran site, we never quite spend everything that is budgeted for that. So I went ahead and took out $1,700 that I'm not expecting to spend. That probably can be realized every year from now on out. Seed and plants increased by $1,000. That is to put tulip displays at the clip sites. Trees and shrubs increased by $2,000, and that's my proposal of replacing trees that are going to be subjected to the EAB, emerald ash borer destruction. 2015 will be the first year we begin planting replacement trees. Travel and training increased $220, and that's because we wanted to go to Merrimack Community College for their field day. That would be for the 5 full-time employees to attend that. Utilities reduction, this is a large one of $8,675, and this is because now we have a history on both clip sites of an accurate expenditure rather than a prediction of what we're going to spend on utilities, mainly irrigation, water, and electric expenses. So I'm willing to run that down considerably. Right now, I think we may be needing to worry about the amount of water we have budgeted. So I'm not ready to cut it to the bone yet, because next year the summer conditions could change. This spring we didn't water as much as I expected to until we finally really got to July. Small equipment, I'm going to reduce that by $2,680, mainly due to funds that are in the budget now that we haven't spent yet. Changing our operation so that we are contracted out the right-of-way. We took that equipment and used it to get through the summertime. We didn't spend the money in 2014 yet, but I intend to spend it, and then we'll have the string trimmers, blowers, and that type of thing that we'll need for 2015, but it won't hit the 2015 budget. Equipment rental, I was going to bring that up. I'm not proposing that we change the amount, but you might see where we haven't spent as much yet. Some of that is due to the fact that we want to do a tree trimming project, but we don't have a dump truck available to catch the chips for the tree chipper until some of these projects in the parks subside due to weather, wintertime weather, and then we can go out on pavement and use the dump truck and the tree chipper. As well as we didn't mulch Ozzie before Heritage and Freedom Fest, and we're coordinating that now with Fort Zumwalt North High School volunteers to get the majority of it done, and then we may need to come back in and finish that with some of those mulch buggies that I had talked about last year. And with that, do we want to go to capital?
Yeah, go ahead.
So capital requests, the first on the list is a chipper cap, which is to catch the chips for tree chipping operation. Jason Del Pozo will recommend that we get a dump truck that would be then the landscape division dump truck, and then this chipper cap would fit on that dump truck. The second capital equipment request would be the tree chipper itself. In my EAB presentation, we talked a little bit about the condition of our current tree chipper, and we are recommending that we go ahead and buy a new tree chipper, one that will be used on a regular basis as much as ours is used already, but with the emerald ash borer, we want to upgrade the power of the machine so that we can dispose of the wood waste when the time comes. An enclosed trailer is the next item. We bought one this year and found a way to buy a second one, and they're outfitted so that my full-time employees can each tow their trailer. They arrive at the work site, and they're fully equipped for whatever they might run into on the job site. So we're very happy with those. Thank you for approving those last year. And then the last one will be the clip landscape project at I-70 and Bryan Road.
Okay. Thank you, sir. And on behalf of myself and the council, happy birthday.
Oh, thanks, buddy. I would rather be nowhere else than right here.
Mr. Pepper.
Just a comment, Bob. I'm not sure if you need to be sitting up at that table. Government officials aren't supposed to be giving money back.
Well,
Yeah,
not
or
only
they never
me.
have.
I'm the second one, so thank you, though.
Thank you very much.
Rose?
I have a question. I'm not sure where this would go in the budget or how it would go in the budget, but we've had some conversation about putting some signage on the senior center. Would that go in this CLIP part of the budget? You know, the sign out in front, Bonnie, don't run away.
She's going to look for somebody for me.
Okay. I didn't know if we're supposed to put that in this portion of the budget. Where would we request the funds? Vicki?
I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we had some other signage we were putting on other facilities that kind of mimic some of the CLIP. And I would assume that it would probably go under, whether it's Bob's or admin, we could put it, it would be the general fund budget, though.
I would say probably, it could either go into the CLIP, since that is general fund, or facility maintenance maintains the senior center, so it could go into that budget as well, either one or general fund.
Okay, I don't have a cost factor on it yet. We just kind of brushed across it earlier. But it is something that has been requested for a long, long time. People cannot find the senior center. Just putting a sign down there like we do on the parks denoting it is a city building, you know, and this is what the city building is. So help me, where would I budget that
I
or
can
ask
tell you
for it?
that the two park signs that were one-sided run around $16,000, $17,000 apiece. Now, if you didn't need one quite that large, you could probably scale it down some, which you might be able to do there. But if you're looking for two of them, you're probably going to need close to $30,000 to do that.
Well, those aren't very, I mean, I don't think you could put real large signs because of the
Right.
way the landscape is down there.
Yeah, I think they would be a little smaller than the parks one, but that's something that we would have to work with the sign company and public relations to design and figure out exactly what size would be needed.
Okay. Mr. Bender?
Thanks for joining us.
Hey, on the I-70 road corridor project, are we, because the CLIP is for the I-70 Bryan Road project,
Correct.
and is that we're gonna have everything, I really don't want to put a monument there
Absolutely not.
if something else, you know, if they don't have what's going to happen westbound on the Bryan Road 70 interchange.
Yeah.
I mean, I really don't want to budget $340,000 if they don't have the plans there. I don't want to build something, then have it get torn out.
Yeah.
It's including the wayfinding, too.
Yeah, this is
I know it's
including
including the
wayfinding. So,
wayfinding.
yeah, it's
I
only
understand, you know,
200,000.
the wayfinding signs are in there.
But we were told that that was not going to be touched. It's going east.
Yeah, eastbound only.
Eastbound only.
I mean, the final disposition of the outer road project is unknown at this point, and it hasn't been designed. So I would say there is some uncertainty as to what exactly is going to happen at Bryan Road. Everything that we've looked at has been a conceptual design. They haven't even gone through a preliminary design, and the final design isn't funded. So I would say that there is a level of uncertainty until you get to that final design.
John is helping me here.
John?
We're talking about the southwest corner.
Yes.
All the plans, even the conceptual plans, nothing affected the southwest corner of Bryan and 70. That corner is always, in every one of their conceptual plans, has been untouched. And that's the only place the monument sign would go.
Yeah, it'd be on the southwest corner.
I've actually seen some concept plans where they had a loop ramp come around right around on that corner to solve the problem with the left turns. So there has been options out there that would affect the southwest corner. They haven't gone very far, but we don't have a design is what I'm getting at.
Okay.
Well, we held it because there was some, because of that reason, we did the other two first.
No.
And then it was brought to my attention.
And we are talking
that
about the
they wanted
extension
it
of
done.
Bryan Road going northwise.
Right, that's another thing that brings more traffic to that intersection, and
So, and my concern is,
I understand,
really
Bill.
don't-
I don't want it moved either.
right,
I mean, that would be horrible to put this thing up and then
and
turn
we'd
around
have,
and tear it
we'd have to
down.
end up tearing it down
Absolutely.
and rebuilding it,
Right.
so.
And the only reason I asked for it to be put back here is I was told that that was a clean corner and that was not going to be affected by whatever MoDOT did. Now,
It's not St. Charles County,
That's-
too. Mr. Howe?
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Girard, how are you, sir?
Fine.
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
I also have my birthday on one of our budget nights, too, so I feel your pain.
Will you be here?
Well, of course, absolutely. First, I want to congratulate you on getting the bid out for the right-of-way mowing so early. I saw that, and I was very impressed that we got that out so early to get that taken care of before we needed them the next month or so. So I want to thank you for that, or who was ever in charge of getting that out.
That was Bonnie's instructions.
Thank you, Bonnie. Okay. We're learning from mistakes. Anyway, we go through this every year, Bob. And you're probably going to give me the same answer, but I got to ask you. $7,000, $11,000, $12,000 on mulch. Still not interested in rock, huh?
Actually,
Oh, wait a minute.
there is.
Wait a minute, everybody listen, hold on.
There is a project on the horizon. It's not out of building materials, but I do think I can take the surplus in utilities and put rock, landscape rock, right here along City Hall, where the fence goes along the railroad tracks. We have such a difficult time mowing that, and
True.
we did bump a car this year, so that is another problem. So I do think I have enough funds to go ahead and put rock along that fence. That would solve
What
our-
about the clip areas, though, no?
clip areas.
Same answer?
The clip, I guess really what it amounts to is the clip area is not a significant amount of mulch. That's one of our smaller landscape beds, actually.
True.
Some of our largest areas to mulch would be Ozzie, at
Right.
the parking lot at Ozzie.
And I could see staying out of the parking lot areas and things like that, but just some of the, like the off-road areas where we have some signage and some things of that nature. It's just, I just keep bringing it up, Bob, and I know that you're thinking about it, so that's all that counts, so.
But we did put out some ground rubber mulch. So there's some here at City Hall, and we did put some at Zumwalt. And my fear with that particular product, if it's not contained, then it's going to migrate out into the grass areas. We'll lose it. It's too expensive to lose. The rock, of course, is a much larger capital expense. But you're right. If we don't begin to nibble at it, we'll never get
Well,
it.
and like I said, so it's a one-time, it's there, and it's, I just know we've done it in our front entrance, in our subdivision a couple of years ago, and it's the best thing we ever did. And we put a barricade around it, so it obviously doesn't wash out or anything or fall out, and then, it's just putting the weed covering over and all that, and then it's just been a non-reoccurring expense now just for that, so. But like I said, probably as long as either one of us are here, I'm going to just keep asking, but I appreciate the open mind, so. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Mr. Schwenker?
Just to follow up on Bob, on the mulch and everything, because that is a big expense. The chipper net you're buying, or is there anything of that we could stockpile? I know one time at the city here, it might have been 10 years ago, we used to stockpile mulch. I don't know if we were shredding it. I don't even know. It was down by Westhoff Park, down there where they shoot the fireworks off. At one time,
Grass clippings,
was that just grass clippings?
if I remember correctly.
I've been here 10 years, and what I know about stockpiling was the year we had the storm in Forest Park subdivision, and we staged all that material on the parking lot of the stadium, and then we had it ground by the same tub grinder that actually generates the mulch. So it met a certain standard. And then we took as much as we could and stockpiled it at Westhoff Park, and I think that probably lasted 3 years.
Okay, that's what I thought. So like this, you're going to have trouble with all these trees that are going to start rotting. Is this chipper, this thing you're buying? Can we stockpile these trees you're going to be taking down as they start? Is this chipper going to be able to do that or not?
That is what I was proposing when I brought the Emerald Ash Borer presentation, was that if we buy the right chipper and it generates mulch that meets that standard, or at least close enough to it, but possibly use it in the trails in the parks, use it in some of the off areas. For example, at Ozzie, along T.R. Hughes, we have great big islands of trees and clusters. We could put a material like that there with no problem, as opposed to the front door of City Hall. So yes, I think the chipper, if we're smart on what we purchase, would help offset that cost. But I predicted, I wanted that number to be higher than it was. I predicted it was only going to come out to about $8,000 in savings. But we do chip trees in various areas through the parks and around right-of-way and that. So we would be generating some mulch every year, even before the Emerald Ash Borer problem really gets to us.
Okay. That's all I got.
Anything else? Mr. Bender, I really like if you could get with St. Charles County on, see if they've got something nailed down yet for the Bryan Road extension. Because I really don't, if they got something planning on that southwest corner, that's $200,000 that can go someplace else. Jeffrey?
And just to follow up, Steve, you said you've seen the conceptual plans of that area being done. We have not. We've seen a lot. So we have not. So if you could get those and share them with the rest of the council, the ones that you've seen.
Any other, Mr. Howe?
Just one last thing, Mayor. Just to clarify, are we going to, I would just assume, are you proposing that we take the 300 or so out of that?
I am not proposing to take the money out of the CLIP project yet until we kind of figure out what's happening on that southwest corner.
Okay, that's all I was curious.
If there's something that St. Charles County is planning on that southwest corner, then yeah, we take the $200,000 that's for that monument and take it and put it someplace else.
Well, right, and I mean, that money was generated obviously for those certain reasons and for the wayfinding and for the other. I mean, it wasn't just that monument in particular.
No, I'm just.
But
saying,
I just wanted to make sure we were.
I'm just saying whatever the amount for the monument is. I'm keeping the wayfinding and all that, just whatever the cost of the monument is.
And I understand. And then, like I said, all the plans I saw, that corner wasn't affected. We were waiting, last year and a little bit of the year before, and I was under the impression too at the CLIP meetings that we attend during the year that we got that we got an agreement that wasn't going to get touched. So I guess if there's more things going on that we're not sure about, I mean, is there any kind of time frame at all, Mr. Bender, when we might know a definite? I mean, I know that's kind of a tough question to answer. Could it be 2 months, 6 months, 2 years? I mean, no telling, huh?
Well, right now, there's no funding for it. The next round to try to get funding for is the CMAQ applications, which will come in early 15.
15.
So probably February, March timeframe. And we don't hear the results of that until, summer. So, yes, it's a long time.
Mr. Feeney?
I would just like to ask if we can't do the monument there, that we do something along 79 that tells people where O'Fallon is, because there's nothing at Maine, there's nothing at T.R. Hughes, and we need to direct people how to find the ballpark and our illustrious downtown, and maybe we'll have a boom city.
And I think that's part of that wayfinding signs that we have, so it's just...
Yeah, it is, Bill.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I move we take a 10-minute break.
We're not halfway there yet, Jimmy.
Don't care.
Well, Mr. Prepper has made a motion to take a 10-minute, let's do a 15-minute break.
All right, I'll do it.
Second by Mr. Feeney. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Me?
Hey.
Who said that?
Would you two like to vote?
You don't want a cookie?
No.
Okay.
No, thank you.
15. Make a motion to reconvene.
So moved, Hammond.
Motion by Pepper. Motion by Councilman Hammond, second by Councilman Howell. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Before we begin, I'd just like to, we congratulated Bob on his birthday. I'd like to congratulate Councilman Lucas on a belated birthday yesterday, so.
Winker's got one coming up too. October's a
And
big
your
month.
birthday, Mayor, too. That was just.
You already told me that, so.
October's a big month.
So, congratulations to everybody's birthday in October. So, Cindy.
Okay, we are on festivals and tourism, which is tab number 9.
No, 6.
No, tourism.
I'm sorry, it's upside down.
That's what I did too, Councilman Feeney, so don't feel bad. I was looking at that. The Festivals and Tourism Division is comprised of 2 full-time and 1 part-time. They provide a variety of events that are designed to bring a lot of people to the city of O'Fallon. In addition, they're my go-to team every time we get a last-minute request, i.e. Rascals Pep Rally, something like that. That's who I turn to say, okay, help me out, what are we going to do? Marcia's here, and she's going to present the 2015 budget, but before she does that, she's going to present a request for your consideration. We do know, and we did hear, that there are not to be any requests for staff, but this is something staff has asked me about for a couple years, and actually, one of you all brought it up at Heritage and Freedom Fest this year. So we would like to just make this request for your consideration, and we understand whatever direction you decide to go.
It's the current part-time position of festival assistant. It was created in 2006, and since that time, our division has grown not only the existing events, but we've added a number of new events, such as the 2-day Cabin Fever Days, Garden Expo and Kite event, Founders Day, Food Truck Frenzy. We had 3 this year. We're asking to do 4 next year. The Summer Jam and Concert Series has increased from 5 to 11. We have had a pirate treasure hunt the past 3 years. The Fall Festival, we've added a street dance, a 10K race. This year we added the Scarecrow Decorating Contest to celebrate the 30th anniversary. And in celebration of lights, we've added Segway rides. In addition, as Cindy mentioned, any unscheduled special event or ceremony, we do the planning and coordination of that, such as the disc golf course opening, the skate park grand opening, River City Rascals Rally. A couple of years ago, we did the casino night and mouse race fundraisers for Brendan's Playground and the Splash Pad. The original purpose of the position was to assist and support throughout the year, but it has evolved into much more than that. This position now plans, implements, and manages the Heritage and Freedom Fest Kids Zone, the volunteer and staff hospitality area, the Fall Fest 5K and 10K, and the tree lighting ceremony. And depending on the time of the year and what events we're working on, the hours fluctuate from 15 or 20 a week up to 40 a week when it's event time. These events require weeks and in most cases months of preparation, and we are always planning multiple events at one time. I created an event cycle, which is at your place for review, to kind of give you an idea of the timing, the planning of each of these, the time that it takes, and then it's indicated as the month of each of the event. In addition to the various festival and events, our staff is the point of contact for tourism-related activities and tours at the Veterans Memorial Walk, the St. Charles County Amateur Sports Hall of Fame, and the Historic Heald Home. And with Zumwalt's Fort completion this next year, there will need to be an operations manual written, a script developed for tours, plus recruitment, training, and scheduling of docents. If the part-time position is increased to full-time, the department duties would be reallocated, allowing for improved efficiency. And even more important, time to develop new and foster existing partnerships to increase sponsorship and community support of the events. Our request is to upgrade the position from part-time to full-time. The increase from the existing salary is $23,430.
With benefits?
That is with benefits, correct, Vicki?
Hold on a second.
Okay,
Sorry.
While you're looking at that, you guys requested this in the budget, and Bonnie took that out of the budget.
That is correct. That's what I did.
Okay. So I'm just trying to let the council know that they did request it. Bonnie took it out, and, we've asked the department heads if they really want something, they have to come to this council and, plead their case. And it's up to this council whether, we leave it as is in the budget or fulfill the request to make it from part-time to full-time. So, as I said, this is up to this council, so you guys want to talk about the part-time position now, or let Marcia go through the budget as it is? Go through the, huh?
We're waiting on Vicky's getting an answer. I just have a question on the overtime. Who gets
Well, hold
overtime?
on, let's, on the,
Salary.
That's going to make
Right here, yeah, that's on this.
The overtime, you asked about the
Yes,
overtime. Actually, the overtime is what we pay other departments to support us. For instance, Fleet drives the train for us when we do the train rides at Celebration of Lights. We pay the overtime to the Parks crew when they assist us with, for instance, this last weekend we had the Fall Festival, as well as facilities maintenance. Because we always have to have an electrician for like the jamming concerts and things like that. Now, it fluctuates from year to year, so sometimes the folks will ask for comp time, other times they ask for overtime. So.
It's like intergovernmental transfer. Okay, that's fine, that's what I wanted to know, how you got that.
Mr. Feeney?
How many part-time employees do you have?
Just the one.
Well, just the one that's
Full-time.
full-time year-round.
Then we have seasonal employees that work Celebration of Lights, that we hire just for October through December.
In your 41,500 proposed budget, is that how many part-time employees does that money cover?
Nine total.
Mr. Pepper?
Yeah, I'm looking at this thing here, and again, I had the issue about the overtime. Is there a way that you could make arrangements with the other different divisions to actually, if they're not really busy, they can come over on regular time?
Well, for instance, like the train rides are after hours on Monday nights when Celebration of Lights is open. And
You can't get any volunteers to drive that?
there's only certain people that are qualified to drive the train.
That's right.
And for instance, like jamming, we have to have an electrician, so I only have, certain employees that are qualified to be there in case we lose power.
Because I can understand your need, but I was looking for some other area that could help offset that, and I'm not sure I've been able to find it yet.
Okay. Vicki, you got Rose's question answered yet?
Yeah, what I show is that the salary change would be $26,991, and then you add benefits, it's a total of $35,089. And if that's not what Marcia has, then we may need to get together and just review to make sure that we're on the same page.
But is that, you took out the 11,000, her current salary?
Mm-hmm. So the 35,000 would be with benefits. Because we'd have to add, not all benefits, because they already have workers' comp, but you'd still have to add that on the added wages, FICA, Medicare.
Vicki, what you have in the budget book, which is the 35,068 or something like that, is that with benefits? Is that where you're
Yes.
coming up with that number?
Yes.
Okay, and so then when she took off the 11,000 and something of the current position's part-time salary, which is how she then came up with the
23,430.
Yeah, we show that the proposed annual salary is $38,646, and then we subtracted $11,655 to get a subtotal of $26,991 for current salary. And then we added benefits to that. I think we're
We still got it.
close.
Right.
I would say it's somewhere between 24. We'll solidify it, but with benefits is 35.
Okay.
And that's one additional employee.
No, it's the same employee, just increasing the number of
Right.
hours that she would work.
It's the part-time.
It's the part-time, taking it to
The
full-time.
part-time employee would go away.
Yes, and it would be a full-time.
It would
So
be a
they'd have
full-time
3
position.
full-time employees. Correct.
So then we would still have seasonal part-timers that
Still
work
have the
celebration
seasonal
lines.
part-timers. But the position that she's asking for, that part-time person would go away
I
to make it
understand.
full-time.
But what I am asking is, what's that base salary then for that one? Forget about taking
35,000.
away 11,000 or whatever. What are we looking at salary-wise? If I came in and took the job, full-time, what would you be? What would be my salary?
38,646.
38?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that with or without benefits?
That's with benefits.
And that's with benefits.
With benefits.
Okay, 38. I'm sorry, would you repeat?
38,646.
And that's without benefits.
That's without benefits.
Without benefits, sorry.
Yeah, that's without benefits.
Okay, so benefits is going to take it somewhere over 40, but whatever.
Mr. Howe?
Thank you, Mayor. I guess, Marcia, would it be fair to say, when these current festivals are going on, that the full-time staff that's existing now is putting in some kind of overtime during these? Would that be a true factor, or not necessarily?
The full-time staff?
Right.
Yes, we put in a lot of hours.
So if you would have a part-time go into full-time, according, like Mr. Pepper said, trying to find the difference in there, that would definitely assist by having the part-time go to a full-time employee, because then the current full-time employees wouldn't be putting in the extra hours.
But we don't get paid overtime. We're salaried.
Right. But, I mean, there's still going to be a savings there, correctly? You wouldn't need...
No.
There's no savings there.
No savings.
The one thing that Marcia hasn't touched on yet is, one of the reasons we're looking to this position is, one thing that Marcia and Jennifer spend a lot of time on, or they try to spend a lot of time on, is developing partnerships to increase our sponsorships and community support. If this person is added, I can't tell you that year one we will offset that difference, but it will give them the time to develop those relationships farther in hopes of then increasing the sponsorships that we do bring in for the different events.
And I can tell you, the Heritage and Freedom Fest, it's just not July 3rd and 4th. For that department, it starts in January, and trying to get everything nailed down, with entertainment and...
Starts July 5th.
It starts July 5th, sir.
Yes, it does.
Well, but, it's, on all these festivals that we have and the events that we have, it's, there's a lot of planning, everything that goes into this. It's just not, we see it as it just happening on those days, but there's months and months of preparation for it. Mr. Hammond?
Thank you, sir. What,
Hold on, Mr. Hammond. Mr. Howe wasn't done.
Okay, just what I'm getting to is, obviously, with all the events that are scheduled throughout the year, our residents, some are attended, obviously, more than others. I think, I don't have a problem with this whatsoever. I mean, with the things that have been added throughout the years, with the staff that's working on them now, I can see where you need some help, definitely. My only concern would be if, as the years go on, some of these things, if you see a lack of participation or a slowdown in them, feel free to bring that to our attention. Say, we've tried this for 3 or 4 years now. We're just not getting the attendance we thought we should, so we're going to go ahead. I mean, that's all I'm saying. But regardless, a lot of these things, myself and a lot of these elected officials go to, and they're tremendous. And the residents talk about them, they love them. So I really don't predict that you would ever eliminate anything, but that was my only major concern. But by all means, if I was in your shoes, I'd be asking for 2 or 3, but that's just me. Sorry, I didn't want to put everybody in a panic.
We're only asking for a half of one.
I don't want to put in a panic. I know, you're just asking for a half, so, but that's all I have, Mayor. Thank you.
Mr. Hammond?
Thank you. Why not another part-time employee, year-round part-time employee? Why go to the full-time with benefits and legacy costs? Why not just another part-time employee to pick up that slack? Because when you say you're just looking for another half of a person, but that half of a person is more than doubling the amount of money we're going to spend on it because of benefits.
Well, one thing, we don't have any space over there to add another person. The team that we have right now, the three of us, we all work well together. We play off of each other's strengths and weaknesses. Even just 4th of July, this last year, we decided to divide and conquer, and for us, the event itself ran the smoothest it's run in years, and I think it was just because we empowered the part-timer to take over certain areas where before we were trying to keep an eye on that while also, you know, taking care of some of the bigger picture items too. So,
I would think one thing we would want to do is take a look at how much of a savings is that going to be. 'Cause, I mean, obviously, the part-time people make less, but we are entrusting these people with some significant responsibilities. So if we are going to look to go that way, then we're probably going to request that we give them a salary to compensate them for what they're actually doing. What that is, off the top of my head, I could not tell you. But I can guarantee you that what we're asking them to do and where we're wanting to take them and empower them with the responsibilities to do some of these events, they deserve more than the $10.50 or whatever it is they're making an hour right now.
Whether they're full-time or part-time, we require the same amount of effort out of them, period. So, I mean, we should. I mean, if they're employees of the city of O'Fallon, I mean, part-time or full-time or temporary, I mean, we shouldn't have different criteria whether they're part-time or full-time or temporary. They should all come in and have full effort for their pay, period.
The current pay was set up for this position to assist with events, and right now it's doing more than that. She's actually already started taking on some of these events. So at some point in time, we need to recognize that and compensate it, and that's what this request of full-time would do.
Because I can tell you that person did the 5K, 10K run. That was, you know, her responsibility that she did herself. I know Jennifer and Marcia helped her, but it was basically, this is your event. You take care of it. It's her event for the Kids Zone at the Heritage and Freedom Fest. You know, it's a lot of responsibility. So,
and I'm sure it is, and that person's very successful at it. I've got no dismay with that. The problem I have is going full-time with benefits and so on and so forth, and you know, there's no guarantee. They work well together, and that's great, but there's no guarantee that next year that she's even going to be here, or the year after, or 5 years from now, the whole department could change it. So, you know, and like Bob said, there's, you know, some of these events. No, I'm done. That's all right.
I would like Bonnie to talk first, then I would like to.
Yeah, I mean, we would, I'd like the time to talk to both Marcia and Cindy about two part-timers, pros and cons, and we can report back on that, because that's something we hadn't talked about.
Okay. Mr. Schwenker?
I guess my question would be to Bonnie is why did you take it out?
Well, one of the goals of council budget time was no new positions whatsoever, and we've got a few other people who are going to come up and make their pitch too. I mean, if council was serious about putting new positions in there, then I would be glad to go back and give you my priority list.
Right, but, no, I agree with you. I believe that was the consensus of the council that they gave you on numerous times, probably more than 6 times, probably about 13 times. The consensus of the council was not to add any new positions, and you did what we asked you to do. And I understand we also said if the departments have anything that they want to bring forward, they should. So I appreciate that, but at this time I would say no to a full-time employee, because I felt that the council was strong on that as they said it, which that's apparently how you took it.
Correct.
The other questions I have is on where we got the Heritage and Freedom Fest and the Celebration of Lights. On Heritage and Freedom Fest, we have on tab 9, we have 0% increase, and then on Celebration of Light, we have 5.73% increase.
Jeff, before we get that, we haven't gotten into the budget yet.
Okay.
Let's get to the budget. You know, all we're doing right now is discussion of the employee. She hadn't even gone over the budget yet, so let's wait for her to get to the budget.
I worked with the employee on the 5K, 10K run. Let me tell you what, last year, we made it work, but it was hard. We made it work, but it was very hard because the police weren't notified. They weren't even going to be on the course. There was a lot of stuff that did not take place this year. The mayor was up there. This year couldn't have been more planned, because I brought 12 volunteers up there last year, and we were filling the bags, we were doing everything. The police were very disgusted because they said they didn't know anything about it. This year was very smooth, probably smoothest that I've seen it. But and I know you guys do a lot. I know you put in a lot of time, but again, I would just have to go with what this council said. I would have a hard time adding any position this year.
Mr. Pepper?
I'm not sure, Councilman Schwenker, if that was an ironclad request. I would think that if there was good enough reason, I would say yes, we would prefer no new employees, but there's always got to be things that are changed throughout the year that could cause this to rethink that. Extended activities, extended duties, specific talents of individuals that could be in jeopardy of losing. So rather than a blanket rule, yes, I would say look at these individually and see if you think that there's going to be a decent return on investment for what we're putting forward.
I need to rebuttal. I don't disagree with you, but I'm still saying that this council said no. I agree. We wanted them to come up and say it, and they have done that. I'm still saying no.
Go ahead, Rick.
Just to piggyback on Councilman Schwenker's remarks, I have to agree with him. I think our challenge to staff was if you have a reasonable explanation of why you may need to add staff, come prepared to be able to make that argument. You mentioned that we could possibly have increase in advertisement and whatnot for the festival, but it gives us nothing to stand on if you can't say we project that we're going to be able to increase revenue by 25%, and then that way we can hold the leaders or the director responsible for that because they came to the council and said we'll increase revenue by this percentage, therefore we're going to support you in your request. I don't think you made the argument here today, and we have asked staff to kind of hold the line unless you have real cause for those additional bodies, because we've added staff over the 3 years I've been here. We've increased staff quite substantially, so this year we asked to hold the line.
Bonnie?
Yeah, I just want to clarify one thing. If this position goes full-time, we do have to advertise this, so I don't want people to think it's a given that a certain person's going to get a job. They can apply, but, I mean, it has to be advertised. This is a whole new position, benefits and all that.
Mr. Lucas?
Well, the one thing that I would question is the person that's currently in the part-time position. You said that she actually does a real good job with the duties you give it. Now, my concern is apparently she's grown into this position since she's come there, she's taken the response, she understands what you guys are trying to achieve and everything. I'd be a little concerned, is this a person that's going to, because it's part-time now, is going to go looking for a full-time position somewhere else and you lose that talent? I'm not saying whether I advocate a full-time or not. I know this council did give the direction, unless the position is absolutely needed, they didn't want to see any new positions. But I mean, I would like, that's part of the argument there too. Is this a position that if she were to leave, how would you feel that part-time position would be somebody that, I mean, would you have to pull all the duties back away and just make it you know what I'm saying? That they wouldn't be able to have the responsibilities on their own if you filled it anew. Two part-time people, are they be just glorified assistants for each one of you guys, or are they really able to do duties? All those things weigh into the factor of keeping a very good person in as a full-time, as opposed to bringing
And you're going to have entry-level type people, I would assume, if you had 2 part-time positions or even 1 new part-time position. So those weigh into what that decision also.
Since 2006, when the position was created, we've actually gone through 4 employees in 8 years. So, that is my fear. As jobs get posted, even at the RSC, if they're full-time, she's very qualified to apply for that. So, anyway.
But give us a chance, we'll work with Bonnie, and we'll talk about the full-time versus the part-time. I think we can address Councilman Patel's. We didn't want to throw too many numbers out there because this, obviously sponsorships depends on the economy and a lot of things, but we'll see what we can put together and bring back to you.
The other thing I did want to say to Councilman Lucas's comment is we're to the point now with the growth of our events that we need more than just someone to assist and support. We need someone that can take charge and implement these things and manage different areas. I know some of these events seem quite small and, only 500 or 600 people attend, but it still takes time, months of planning, that takes us away, us being the full-timers, away when we could be working on new opportunities for sponsorship or even adding new events and breathing new life into existing events.
Well, that's why I brought that up, because I know if you got somebody that comes in and not familiar with what you're doing, they become, basically they do whatever duties you assign them, and I know they can't really operate on their own per se unless they have some experience, or you bring in somebody that has previous or training in the area, something along those lines, but those people aren't going to stay very long. That's part of the issue with part-time job. That's why it's a part-time position. It's so.
Yeah, if there's no more questions on this, as Cindy said that she's gonna get with her and Marcia get with Bonnie and come up with different scenarios that she can bring back to this council. Jeff?
I would agree, but I think Bonnie kind of hit it on the nose as she came back and said what she said. We're going down a slippery slope here because part-time employees, they do tend to leave because, of course, everybody wants a full-time job because that's how you make it in life. So we need to be very careful because it already sounds like we're creating a job now for somebody, which Bonnie just said we cannot do, and we should all know we cannot do that. So you can bring back many scenarios, but now the cat's kind of already out of the bag. So we better be very careful in this position because now we've created a position for somebody that probably, I would just follow up on what Mr. Patel said, might not have been, we probably shouldn't have went down that road.
Okay. Budget.
Start with revenues. We'll start with revenues. I know there's some discussion earlier about the increase in the revenues. For the festival line, the 4465, that is Fall Festival, the Jammin', the Founder's Day, some of the smaller events. Working to increase sponsorship. Sorry, I wasn't sure what that was. And especially for the Jammin' concerts, and we've got a lot of interest now in Cabin Fever Days. We're going into our 3rd year on that, so that's the main two on that festival line. For Heritage and Freedom Fest, the 4467, next year, this...
It's under tab 5, if you're not
sure.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
This is under general fund revenues, second page. You'll see the festivals line 4465, and she's now on Heritage and Freedom Fest 4467.
I apologize. Heritage and Freedom Fest, this next year, the way the holiday falls, the 3rd would be the legal holiday because it's on a Friday. So we're looking at doing 2 full days, which our biggest revenue source there is, well, beyond sponsorship, would be the carnival. We make pretty decent money off of the carnival, so with doing 2 full days plus our family night that we've been doing the last number, I don't know how many years we've been doing it now, projecting that to definitely increase. an increase in sponsorship. We've already got some interest and inquiries about this next year. The biggest thing that we're proposing with your approval would be, we're recommending an increase in the premium parking lot. We've only been charging $5, and we did a survey of numerous events and venues throughout the metro area, and I don't think you can go anywhere and get premium parking like that for under $10. And in fact, most places it's $15, $20, even $30. So we're just asking to increase that by $10 to $10 from $5. Which would be almost a $6,000 increase in revenue just off of that parking lot. And then the other 4468 is Celebration of Lights. We are recommending an increase in admission at the gate by just $1 per vehicle. The last increase was in 2005. Again, we did a survey of area light displays. Tilly's Park charges 10. Santa's Magical Kingdom charges 20. I will tell you that when I've worked the gate, we have a lot of people, we're currently charging 9. A lot of people will just say, keep the extra $1, because they know it's going for a good cause. So we don't think people will have a problem with paying an even $10. It'll also cut down on the amount of change that is being, made there at the gate. So that's the biggest increase on that. And then for walkthrough night, we haven't increased that fee for more than 10 years. We're just asking to raise it by $1 to $3 per person on walkthrough night. And of course, that wouldn't be until the 2015 season. You're looking at almost a $4,000 increase in revenue just by doing that. And then some of the rides that we do, they're gaining popularity, and $100 or a couple $100 here and $1,000 there. So that's why you're seeing that increase in those revenue lines.
Okay. Expenditures?
Pardon? Okay.
We'll just let you go through it, then we can ask questions.
Okay. Thank you. Contractual services, number 5120. It's zeroed out because we are moving that to facilities. It is the contract for extermination services for the Crackle House. Under the special events line, number 5540, a decrease there. The reason for that is this year we are purchasing some new ornaments for the holiday tree here in the City Hall Rotunda. We won't need that money again this next year. So that's the reason for the decrease. Travel and training, an increase on that. There is a sponsorship conference that's held in Chicago every spring. We have not attended that in, I believe, 10 years. That's the biggest increase or reason for that increase, because that convention alone is about $3,200. Last time we went, it was very beneficial. The sponsorship over the following 2 years definitely jumped up. So, let's see. 5910, the utilities, that is zeroed out because, again, those have been moved to facilities, and it has to do with the Crackle House. And then Celebration of Lights, that slight increase there is with the approval of increasing the Celebration of Lights admissions and what have you. What we would like to do is now purchase some new LED pieces and start kind of building, new scenery with that, but that's only if the admission fees are approved to offset those costs.
Okay. Capital improvement is the electric at Zumwalt Park?
Yes, sir. There's 57 electric pods in Zumwalt Park. The original 35 were installed in 95 and an additional 22 in 2003, 2004. Every year, we deal with issues. They burn up, we work on them, we repair them, replace as needed, but they need to be brought up to code. And so over the course of the next 2 years, we would like to bring those up to code, and that's what this request is for, roughly $25,000. Like I said, for the next 2 years.
Okay. Mr. Schwenker, you got a question now?
Yeah, I guess going back to the Heritage and Freedom Fest, in 2012, we were at 189, 2013, 222, 2014, 185. Are we done? I mean, is that the solid number for this year for Heritage Freedom Fest, 185, 448? Is that the solid number? Are we still?
Oh, you mean for 2014?
Yes.
I still have some outstanding
Okay.
bills that I'm negotiating.
So what do you project that to go to?
I will end up spending every dime in that account.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Rose?
I have a couple of questions for you,
Yes, ma'am.
Marcia. First, I'll start with Vicki, our city administrator. Could we get, after, when we have an event, the event is over, could we get the cost of the event and the return, or the income that we made off of the event, so we know what these events are actually costing us as a city? Okay, I would like that on each one of the events. And then when I go to Cabin Fever Days,
Yes, ma'am.
you took off the ice rink. That is because?
We were spending roughly $9,000, and we weren't even making $1,000 on it.
That's perfect answer.
Right.
Now, what's putt-putt mini golf?
There's actually like because we're trying to get people out and active, and
Sure.
last year we added the element of kind of a Caribbean theme with the music and the warming station of the heated tent, and so we were looking at adding maybe a miniature golf theme towards that Frozen movie that everyone's so crazy about right now, because you can rent those things and bring those in. It's something a lot different than.
Would that be inside then?
It would be outdoors.
It would be outdoors? Because this thing is in January. I'm thinking, whoa. I don't think of miniature golf in January. Last but not least, Heritage, I'm going to get hit with this one. Heritage and Freedom Festival. I have a problem with every year this council, out of pocket, buys candy to give out to all the people that are there. Now, one year, Jeff and I each spent $250. I think some other council members have spent more. Pardon?
The Heritage and Freedom Fest or the 4th of July?
4th of July. Well, it says Heritage, it says 4th of July. It's for the parade, yeah. I don't know why that there couldn't be some money in our budget to cover that, rather than the council people having to pay it out of their pocket every year. And I've paid it, I don't know how many years, but it's a cost. Bill, I'm sure you pay it.
I've paid it for the last 15 years,
Yeah.
and to me, that's part of, I don't want the city buying my candy for the parade. I don't think it's right.
Why? You're giving it away to the people that are there. You're not eating it yourself. You're not, I mean, we run out. so
I
we're
understand
gonna-
that. There's been times where, you get some people don't show up for the parade. I just feel that it should be up to each one of the elected officials to buy their own candy.
It's not their own candy. It's candy for the people that are attending it. I know I wasn't going to gain support, but I needed to get it out. Whether you guys are going to support me or not, I needed to say it. Because every year, I think, we give away T-shirts, we give away stuff all over the board, but when it comes to the candy, let the council pay for it. Okay, I've said my piece. When I'm paying my money again this 4th of July, you will hear me grumbling about paying it out of my pocket. Thank you very much.
Mr. Pepper.
Marcia, this just caught me, and it kind of bothers me a little bit, is you're saying you're still negotiating bills from July the 4th for the Freedom Fest?
There were some overcharges, and I refused to pay them. So, yes, I'm still negotiating those.
Okay.
I did not agree with them. I disputed them, I guess is probably a better way of putting it, but.
She's doing her job.
Okay,
Yes.
that's a good reason, why a bill isn't paid You know, I don't like some companies that do a 90-day bill pay.
Right.
I'm going,
Right, I understand.
Okay. That it?
That's it.
Anything else? Thank you.
I'll stay
We're
put.
still here for
We're
the
up next.
transient guest deck, so.
Next.
I don't know, Rose, do you want to go over this, or how do you want to do this?
Which one are we on?
Transient guest tax.
I think that it's probably fine as it is. I don't think there's anything in here that has.
There might be candy in there.
Okay, now you guys are laughing.
Candy's in there.
Enterprise.
We're all looking for candy.
Not
guys. You
coming
just hang
out.
on a second.
Okay. See if there's candy money in it.
Plenty of candy money in there.
The holiday decor is what the group started. We are now taking care of Main Street, City Hall, the front part of City Hall. We're doing Veterans Memorial. We're doing the clip signs. We're going to do something again at Veterans Memorial, something at the Rascal Stadium. And I hadn't thought about it before, but I think next year I'd like to see us add on the Senior Center. So that's under the holiday decor. Heritage and Freedom Festival Entertainment, the OCVB gives $60,000 to Marcia to spend on the entertainment.
You can give it to Marcia, it goes for entertainment.
Yeah, well,
I missed that check.
yeah. Transfer out stadium support, that came in long before we did. That's why that transit guest tax, I think, was put in the first place, was to help cover the cost of the stadium. And we have to pay a percentage of that, or we do pay a percentage. Postage, that again goes to tourism, which, by the way, the whole idea behind these funds is to bring more people within the city. So when I'm saying it's for tourism, it is to bring people in. That's why it goes under tourism, and we're hoping that they will eat and drink and do whatever here in our town, stay overnight mainly. Professional fees, we added an art consultant, and I'm not sure where this is going. This is going to go out for bid to see if we can do a public arts subcommittee of the OCVB. And Bill, I talked to you about this already. And then advertising, again, promoting the city, $40,000. Once again, yeah, it goes for promotion of the city. Tear off maps are something new. That is something that came out of our economic development, and that will be put in all of the hotels so that people that are staying there can see where we have different things within the city, like the parks and the centers and whatever. So, and that's already been drawn up, and it's very, very nice. So that's to pay for that. Do I have to say anything else, or can I get off the, because you didn't tell me you were going to do this to me. Yes.
I did it.
You.
Do it, she does. Mr. Swinker.
Well, before Rose kept going, I was just going to ask that Kelly present it, because we do have two new council members, and as Rose stated, there's some things that was already in place before she got here.
Absolutely.
She's not sure exactly why or how it took place. Kelly is very up on why the things are in there, so, I mean, I would have said Kelly present it, but
Well,
Rose, you did a fine job.
Very good job.
Okay.
Mr. Feeney.
Rose, I didn't see anything in there for decorating the Krekel House.
No,
That
that
is,
wasn't in this year.
You can't find a couple extra dollars for something?
I don't know. We've already went out for bid, okay, and we've got a bid back. So, I mean, it's already pretty much locked in for this year, Mike. So whatever was in there is what will be taken care of, but it certainly could go in for next year along with the senior center.
Is that in your 2015 budget?
It could be. No, it isn't. I'm sorry, Kelly, you're right, it's not.
it's not.
Kelly, would you like to go over this?
What's in the 2015 here?
It has $20,000 in there for the holiday decor, and we can increase when we go out for bid next year to include the Krekel in the senior center. That's not a problem. We are coming in below budget for this year, so there's room to expand without going above the $20,000.
But we can't do it this year, Mike, because it's already been bid out.
She's correct. We cannot do it in 2014.
15.
I wasn't worried about 14, I'm worried about 15.
We will put it in the bid.
Okay.
Mr. Pepper, do you have something?
Yeah, just a quick, on the operating transfers out, I noticed it's a gradually increasing number all the way across here. What does that go to the operational costs of the stadium, or what?
It goes towards the debt of the stadium.
The debt?
Yes. And it's based on 75% of what we project the budget to be. Whatever we budget for revenues, we take 75% of that, and that's what we use to support the stadium. So the amounts that are used, that are down here, are what the original budget amounts were from, 75% of that.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
Anything else on transient guest tax fund? Jeff?
The funds, Councilman Pepper, when you're talking of the fund going up of the stadium support, is that because
Our revenues are going
The
up.
revenues are increasing, right, and so 75% of what we originally budget. So some of these projected numbers have gone up above the budget, but we've kept our transfer out based on our original budget amount.
Right, but and I know you're not going over the 75%, but like for the stadium support, we have upped that because of us lowering the rent. So we have changed the numbers. You haven't gone over your 75%, but that's because we're bringing in a lot more money.
Correct.
But we are having to offset this cost tremendously at the stadium by previous actions that were taken.
Right, that was my concern.
I thought that was your concern.
Yes, it was.
He did, but he's detailing the information.
Anything you would like to add to that then, now that they know your concerns?
Yeah, cut it.
Mr. Hinman?
Thank you. We had talked about in a workshop at our last meeting the possibility of doing an artificial turf at this field. With that cost of doing the artificial turf at the field, it would increase the rent payments for the Rascals. And I know that will fluctuate all these numbers in here. Is there any way to take a portion of that doing the artificial turf out of this fund because it will be recouped through this fund, or not?
The artificial turf will be handled under the public venue fund, and as far as this fund, continued support could continue into the funding of that, if that's what the council chooses to do.
Okay.
Answer your question, sir?
Yes.
Dave, this is hotel tax.
It's the overnight hotel tax.
Correct.
That's the revenue.
Right.
Right.
But what Mr. Hinman's asking is, can this fund support with the artificial turf?
I thought he said it would get back, and it can't come back.
But this fund could support the artificial turf.
Probably.
Okay. Anything else on transient guest tax fund? Seeing none. Oh, the smart boys, IT. Brian, how you doing, sir?
Just fine, thank you, sir.
Good, a little Irish. Green on green. And never green.
Any questions?
Matches the book.
Okay.
Budget time.
Yes, so first, I'd like to thank you all for having me, listening to what I have to say. Cybersecurity for us is one of our biggest threats, and keeping up with the threats that come in every day is a constant task for us. And we're taking every precaution within our budgets to make sure that we treat every threat that's new and as well as the old ones. And one of the projects that we're looking at right now that we're doing was a mid-year budget adjustment that'll give us more view into that data that's leaving our network and coming into our network, so we can look at better threats and see those vulnerabilities. For instance, just today alone, we stopped 4,700 malicious IP addresses by noon, and we also stopped 250 vulnerabilities by the same time frame. So the things we're doing are protecting our network, and we just keep shoring up things as we go along. Another mid-year budget adjustment that we had was the door access control. We had that on the budget for early 2014. We had some more questions on it. We went back and did our due diligence, and we're in the middle of doing that door access badge system right now. We do not have an install date, but it will be this year still. With that said, the operating expenses, the biggest one that we have is a 100% decrease in our overtime.
$29. Great.
Good job.
Great job. Great.
Thank you. Thank you. We've also got some other decreases. Some of them are contract services. That number, part of that 43,000 that's budgeted includes two projects that we're doing mid-year. So that number was usually around, I think we had 17 budgeted. Mid-year budget adjusted that up to 43. And then for 2015, we're actually looking for 39.3. Computer supplies, we dropped 18%. Training and travel came down 15%. As last year, you guys graciously approved a training budget for us. We are having issues trying to find training in the St. Louis area that we need. We've kind of outgrown. St. Louis, you would think of as it's a good technology hub, but not a lot of training opportunities here. And we've kind of surpassed that, and most of our training now is in Chicago or Dallas or Atlanta. So we usually try and get Chicago, it's a little closer. And this year we were able to make a good deal to where we got the training classes and hotels at no charge for the hotels once we made the training. So we worked hard on that, and we're accomplished that. Telephones, we dropped our city-owned phones this past year. We went to iPads. There was no sense in us having both. The iPads give us a little bit more remote access, so we didn't want to do both of them, so we're using our personal phones as our phones, and then the iPads we can remote into the servers when we need to at all hours of the night. Software maintenance, I'm sorry, that was an increase. Due to this year, we've done a lot of new systems, some storage systems. We get usually a year, first year warranty included on that. Those come off warranty for next year, so that's the increase in those systems. And that's the operating. Capital. The first capital request that we have is for Microsoft Office 2013. This one is one that we have to do. This stems from a license misunderstanding between our vendor and Microsoft. We were led to believe that our Office 2007 licenses were upgradable to Office 2010, which they were not. On an audit by Microsoft, we discovered that, so we're going to upgrade to 2013. Microsoft has allowed us to push this off until January. They wanted it paid this month, but with budgeting, there was no way I could do that, so they've let us push this off to till 2015, January. So we were actually looking to upgrade as anyway. It's going to be a 5-year-old program. We were going to upgrade anyway. This is just kind of forcing us to do it.
And to know, too, they looked at other options other than Office 2013. You looked at Office 360. That's an ongoing cost every year. We didn't think that, although it had some advantages, this is a one-time cost for these licenses, where the Office 360 is a subscription service, and so we just didn't think that made enough sense. And that's why we think this route is the way to go.
Next up is Exchange 2013. We were also looking at this year. It gives us a lot of new features that our current Exchange, this is email, by the way, I'm sorry, that our current email server does not. We think the upgrade is worth the extra cost. Gives you guys a little more features as well. So we're looking at doing the Exchange email upgrade as well. The next one is a Dell case server. Dell case server is it's an appliance. It does many things. Getting the Dell case server will allow us to do a workstation and server updates more efficiently, replace our help desk system that we've had for 9 years or 10 years.
We can remember.
And help us with asset inventory, software inventory on those workstations and servers as well. So we can get rid of 3 servers actually by using this one appliance. Next is the permitting and licensing software. We've been looking at, I think Lenore has probably some more insight on this, and when she gets up here possibly, maybe not, or David Woods. Or Jared. Somebody will probably have more on this as well, but we've been looking at building permitting and liquor licensing software. We're looking for the $300,000 that we know of at this time. We're still trying to figure out some of the particulars of that project.
Mr. Pepper.
Under the Exchange 2013, is that going to allow us to get rid of OWA?
No, sir.
Why?
OWA's built in.
It is so lousy trying to get in.
It does improve with 2013.
A lot of improvement, I hope.
It does improve with Office or Outlook. I'm sorry, Exchange 2013.
Okay.
Any other questions?
No, we don't know what they're talking about.
What was it? Doesn't matter.
What can I help you with?
What's OWA?
OWA is the Outlook Web Access.
Oh, yes.
It's the way you get in through the
Employee access for email.
I'm sorry, Bill.
It's where you...
OWA! I took that Rebecca. Is that Kelly?
Okay. Any other questions for IT? Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you very much.
Next, we have volunteer services, I believe. So Kathy Halstead could come up to the plate.
Tab 12.
Are you guys over there going to lose it on me?
Based upon her awards, Mr. Mayor, give her anything she wants.
Kids.
Employees.
Go ahead, Kathy.
Okay, good evening. I guess I'll start with the first thing on the operating budget. You'll see that there's a larger increase has to do with Vic Touch. We currently have a web-based database. And in looking over the city's strategic plan, leveraging new technologies is one of those things we're looking at. And what Vic Touch is a kiosk for when volunteers come in and sign in. And what we're asking for this year, it is a minor cost as far as $11 extra a month for us to have this service. But under office equipment, there is an increase of $800 because it does take a dedicated all-in-one touch computer to use. And so we actually met with someone from the city of Dublin, Ohio, about a week or two ago. She flew in, and she was telling us that she also uses this program, and it kind of walked us through. And it turns out when you are at events, you can use your iPad. Volunteers can sign in. We can communicate, get database contact information readily there at our fingertips. And we're hoping to use this kind of as a pilot program. We have a lot of volunteers that are now at the Renard Spirit Center. A lot of the school kids are there year-round. So when they're off-site, it would be very helpful for us. They could log in remotely, and we would know here at City Hall that they're here. But what we're asking for this year is just one computer to start that in volunteer services. So it's approximately $800 for that computer. One of the other things that we are looking for that you'll see an increase on is under special events. We're just asking for a slight increase. We had 1,500 extra volunteer hours over last year, and so we look at the cost of each of our events and kind of can tell what we had an increase in spring events last year. 100 students came from Lewis and Clark, 100 students came from Fort Zumwalt. So this is all factored into trying to get a slight increase. Training and travel, what we're asking for, we do attend the National Convention on Volunteering and Service each year. Alexis usually does go with me as well. We take separate classes. We bring that back here and actually can grow our program with that information. The increase this year is we found out that there are some local offerings that we've been missing. One is UMSL's offering a certification in volunteer management locally. And then we are, community councils offering some local presentations of business leaders that we would like to attend as well. One of the things we offer, we did add this year, under the volunteer supplies, we put in a $500, or I think it was $300. What we offered this year was customer service training for our volunteers. We have a lot of volunteers who are here at City Hall and other locations, and HR has been stepping up the training for employees, and we would like to keep that same level of service with the volunteers who are sitting right beside the employees. So we are looking to increase that type of training this year, and also to update policies, procedures, and things like that. And another large one on there is the cell phone. What we did last year is we did put in for both Alexis and I had cell phones. And then we found out that she was giving, we work with over 1,000 under the age of 18, and they use text messaging. And so the phones that we had did not have text messaging, and she was using her personal phone and giving it out to like 1,000 kids. And so we decided I gave up my phone at that time so that we could offset the cost of the phone that did texting. And so I have been without a cell phone the last year, and we have found out that I probably do need to have one so we communicate a little bit better. So that is why it does look like a larger increase under the telephone expense.
Okay.
And should I?
Kath, on the VIC-U or whatever.
Vic Touch.
Vic Touch. If I bring somebody, if I'm already in the computer and I bring somebody there, can you add somebody into that while you're there?
Yes, you can. It's going to serve as a kiosk, so people can do applications from there as well. But what it does when somebody signs in, it will say, hello, what are you volunteering for today? It can bring up happy birthday, your ID is ready in HR, please go there to pick it up. But it will automatically, when they log out, where it saves us time is their hours will automatically be put into the database. And so we don't have to enter their hours individually at that point.
Okay. Questions? Mr. Schwenker.
No disrespect to any other departments, but Kathy, it's always a pleasure to go through your budget, and thank you for all you do.
And now, I'm going to segue into that with an employee request. One of the things that we have Megan, who works part-time in volunteer services, and what Kathy has done over the years, she's gained more responsibilities and she's become more of an administrative assistant. She was hired in to do clerical stuff. She actually does administrative work now, and Kathy is handing out a proposed job description of that position. Basically, to cut to the chase, what we're asking is not to make the position anything other than comparable to other full-time, permanent part-time positions in the city, and we're asking that her part-time salary be brought up to what some of the other permanent part-time administrative assistants make within the city. And Kathy, when she sits down, she'll give you some more information on that. And we do understand that, you know, the direction from the council was to put a hold on stuff, but this was one that we felt important enough to at least make you aware of it, and wherever it goes, it goes. But with that, I'll let Kathy kind of detail that a little bit more.
What we found out is Megan Jones is currently our clerical assistant. She was hired pretty much to handle the office duties, answering phones, typing correspondence, sending emails, and things like that. Well, we just did her evaluation in July and realized that within the last year, she has assumed many more responsibilities. We are growing as a department, and Megan is very capable of stepping up to the plate. She's very flexible, but I do look at it beyond the individual as opposed to the position itself. So what you have in front of you there is the black type is her original job description that she was hired under. The responsibilities that you see in red are what she is currently doing. So she's doing both the black and the red type things. So within the last year, she has assumed scheduling interviews, maintaining our project notebooks. We have a notebook for all of our 70 events, and it requires a great deal of organization to make sure 1 year from today, I can remember what we did a year ago, the volunteers, and getting everything organized. She updates all of our calendars. She actually helps us recruit existing volunteers, sending out emails, scheduling them for different things. She's reserving rooms. She's actually is getting bids. The volunteer banquet that we recently had, she was in charge of getting the bids for the caterers, for the gifts that we had, for the flowers, things like that. So she is actually way beyond just the clerical answering the phones and emails. She is actually taking a lot of administrative duties on. One of the things, just so that you know how we, Alexis and I, are using that time, because that means we no longer have to physically call the volunteers and handle that. With our time, we have been able to be more productive by expanding partnerships with career development centers. We've placed more skill-based volunteers and interns. We increased our Support Our Troops supply drive from 5 sites to 24 this year, because we were able to go out there and promote it. We introduced customer service and policy training to volunteers. We're currently pursuing United Way certification. We were awarded grant funding for our Family Volunteer Day. And as you know, we've recently rebranded to the Volunteer O'Fallon, creating mission statements, and we're looking at our vision to the future. So what I'm asking council is, it is the same number of hours. She will maintain the same number of hours. And again, we had talked earlier, or you had talked about part-time employees, how difficult it is to hold on to them. Megan is a very talented individual. She has grown in her job. She has grown the job itself. She's been flexible. She's accepted any new responsibility we've given her, which has freed Alexis and I up to now pursue and move the entire program up to a different level. So all I'm asking is that she gets recognized for those responsibilities that she has been assuming, and making her just level as a grade 12 with the other administrative assistants that are here with the city.
And that's how we look at it, as a form of internal equity among these part-time people that work year-round, that there's other ones that are at this grade, and we asked to bring this up to that. So we just asked for your consideration.
Councilman Hammond.
Thank you. Didn't we just go through, 2 years ago, I believe, we went through the whole pay structure to resolve this problem of pay equity between these departments? How did this one get missed?
We didn't really look at part-time positions at that time. It was more focused on the full-time positions.
Okay.
And
it's right, this one was not.
Because we worked that throughout the whole city, but we didn't look at the part-time, is what you're saying. So that kind of slid through.
Yeah.
Councilman Pepper?
That was, just to reiterate this right here, this is a permanent, part-time position. It does not include benefits.
She, I believe
Correct.
the benefits are structured,
She does not
get
receive
benefits.
Right, so it's strictly, okay, gotcha,
It's maintaining the permanent part-time status
at a different grade level.
to meet with her responsibilities.
Right.
Correct.
Well, she would have benefits.
Councilman Patel?
Kathy, I just wanted to recognize, thanks for coming prepared with a reasonable explanation on your request that helps us make a decision.
Thank you.
Outstanding.
I did include the comparison on the second page as well. I'm sorry.
Rose?
I do see benefits on here. Did I just hear she doesn't have benefits?
Vicki would have to explain how the part-time benefit system works.
Yeah, with part-time, what we consider to be benefits would be the employer portion of FICA and Medicare and workers' comp.
Oh.
She does not get holidays, she does
Yeah,
not get sick
I got
time,
it.
she does not get vacation.
There's no pension plan or anything in there.
No, and I do want to point out too that the total change with the FICA, Medicare, and work comp is I had it calculated at $4,391. So I think the difference that Kathy has was $3,956, and then if you added that part-time benefits, the FICA, Medicare, and workers' comp, it came out to $4,391.
Councilman Schwenker?
I would agree, Kathy. You did get what the council wanted. You did not add somebody. You did not go to full-time. Very prepared, very well done. I would support it 100%.
Thank you.
Anybody against it? Put it to you that way.
We love Kathy.
And our staff.
Let's do it.
Is wonderful.
Anybody against it? Got that, Vicki?
Got that, Bonnie?
That it?
Unless there's any other questions?
Any other questions for volunteer
Nope,
services?
thank you very much for what you do.
Thank you.
Yes.
Patiently waiting has been Rick Brown to
He's coming.
wow everybody with human resources.
They was call it a night.
Always interesting.
Go home.
Call it a night.
No, we ain't.
Feel better, John.
Let us know if you got a bull on it.
Hey.
Rose and Bob, you stayed away from him, right?
We're in trouble, Bob. I hope you realize that.
Councilman Hammond?
We were talking pretty close.
Excuse me.
back and forth that time.
He's going home sick.
I'm sick too.
Well, we all know that.
There's a difference between physical and
Just
mental.
Go ahead, Rick.
Mayor and council, thank you. I'll just quickly go through this and highlight the big changes. The first couple big changes we see are reductions, the state unemployment, where Vicki can probably explain that better than me, but we're kind of putting that in the budgets of the individual departments so they can see how their part-time and seasonal and full-time people affect the unemployment. So that's a big reduction on our budget, but it goes elsewhere, so it's not really gone. The big increase you'll see is charges for contract services, and what we have there is our employee assistance program, and that hasn't changed much. That's going to be $7,950. Infinisource is our COBRA administration. That's going to be right at $3,500. Annual fire extinguisher recharging and training hasn't changed. That's gone up a little bit. You'll see the online application service. As a matter of fact, that went live Friday. So now everybody can submit their applications on live. If you go to our website, click on any one of the jobs listed there, it will take you to the external website, and you'll be able to fill out your application right online, and then the hiring managers will be able to review those applications right online. So that's to renew that service next year. We reviewed 5 different products. This was absolutely the best one. It's called Applicant Pro, as well as the second cheapest one. So the actual cost is $22.95 a year. It's a huge bargain. Then you'll see the FSA administration. We currently do that in-house, and what this would allow is for the employees. Right now, when I go make a purchase that is a qualified expense under the flexible spending on a flexible spending account, I pay for it, I bring my receipt in, I give my receipt to finance, and they quickly turn that around and get my money back to me. But what going to an outside service would do would allow our employees to swipe that debit card right and have that come right directly from their FSA account. There'll still be some they'll have to keep track of the receipts, and they'll have to make sure they're have authorized expenditures, but it will allow that for that debit card purchases of those authorized expenses on their flexible spending account. So that's new. You'll see the CBIZ broker fees. That's not gone up from last year, but last year you'll remember we went from a system-based where our brokers got their commissions from United Healthcare and Dental, or Aetna Dental, to where they don't get those commissions and we pay them a fee. So what you don't see there is our broker negotiated our CBAS for us, which is our online open enrollment this year. So not only are we going paperless with our applications, we're going paperless with our our open enrollment. So our benefits enrollment will all be online this year. So great moves forward. So they negotiated that $20,000 fee. You may remember seeing that earlier in the year in the budget, right out of some of our vendors. So that was a $20,000 savings there. Continuing on, wellness program, $6,000. You know, I'd like to put in a plug for our wellness program. We worked with Tom Drabell's group and came up with a logo, Live Well O'Fallon. So we'll see this on all of our wellness efforts. Our wellness efforts include 4 hourly workout sessions in the gym upstairs, 2 at lunchtime, 2 after work during the week. The flu shots were sponsored that we just had. We had 75 people participate in our on-site flu shot clinic. On November 17th, we're having a Know Your Numbers event where people will be able to attend an event and get their biometrics done in an event, so that hopefully they'll understand where they are in their health and take steps to improve that. So our Live Well O'Fallon is our official sponsor of all those wellness events, and we have plenty more planned. We sat down with UHC this year, and they have a wellness expert, and we have a strategic plan that we're finalizing now, going to put together for the upcoming wellness year, and I'll think you'll see a lot of good things out of there. Moving right on down, the next big increase is dues and subscriptions, and last year you were kind enough to grant me permission to hire a generalist, and we hired Susan Willman. She's been an excellent addition to the office, has given me some time to focus on some other things that we'll talk about the results of here in a minute. So we'd like for John and Susan and I to be SHRM members and IPMA HR members, and for our safety and risk coordinator to take her position forward a little more and join MoPrima, and Prima stands for the Public Risk Management Association. So there's a national chapter and a local chapter. And then, so that's what all that's for, is those dues and subscriptions. Training and travel is a big increase there as well. Maybe not in the grand scheme of things, but compared to last year. And that will include one national SHRM conference and 2 local SHRM conferences, as well as the MoPrima conference. Our safety and risk coordinator is going to St. Louis University a couple times before the end of this year, and then some more next year to OSHA certification and specializing in safety for the public entities, and then some employee development for our administrative assistant that HR shares with the other 5 divisions.
And if I could just jump in real quick, the OSHA certification, just so it's clear with everyone, the city as a municipality is not subject to OSHA. However, we understand and realize the importance of OSHA. This is a new program that OSHA is offering to public sector employees to receive training in OSHA requirements, and we felt that it was important. It would be important to us to have Melinda attend this training and become certified. So that's something new that's being offered this year.
In-house training is an increase over last year, and you'll see some staff presented and some non-staff presented. Working on now, I just finalized 4 customer service training sessions for March 16th and 17th. That's going to have focus on the external customer as well as the internal customer. We're looking at diversity training, coaching for managers, motivational theories and generational differences, leadership and management styles, interviewing training, legal issues for HR, or for supervisors rather, kind of an HR 101, and then some investigating disciplinary issues. And that's a really full plate of offerings, and so some of a good portion of that will have to be brought in from outside. This year, you know, you'll ask, well, why didn't we spend all the money this year? Well, this year we didn't spend all the money because I wrote and delivered 2 of those trainings myself, the respect harassment training and the performance management training for managers and supervisors, altogether equaled about 23 60 to 90-minute sessions of training for our employees. So by me developing that and delivering it saved us more than what we didn't spend here.
I will tell you also that these have been very, very well received by the employees. People who've never had the opportunity to have that have been able to come together. I think the dialogue between everybody's been helpful also.
So the drug screenings may be the next one you ask. Why are you asking for so much if you still have so much left? And as we go forward with our randoms, you know, we base our random drug screening on the DOT standards, and the DOT standards are based on the national levels of positives, and so those went up to 50% this year, so that doubles our randoms. And to be honest with you, I thought we'd hire more seasonal and part-time people in the past year than we did, so we have a little money left over this year, but I fully see that we'll use all that up next year. So those are the highlights. I'd be happy to answer any questions. Uh-oh.
Mr. Pepper.
One quickie. It's a nit. You guys wear uniforms?
Our safety and risk coordinator has a safety shoe allowance, so when she goes in the field, she's protected when she's investigating accidents. And
so it's not really a uniform, it's a safety item?
Well, correct.
Okay.
She gets a couple shirts, so she looks presentable out there.
Thank you.
Mr. Howe.
Just the card, the debit type card you were talking about, the scanner thing, when they use that, do they charge a fee for that?
Well, no, they'll charge, the charge comes in the administration of that service to us, and that's what that line item is.
So there's no other charge. It'll be just whatever you put into your card. There's nothing on top of that that the city pays for.
Okay, that's what I was
They'll
getting
get
to.
100% of the
Yep.
money they have in there.
Okay.
It doesn't cost the employee.
Okay, thank you.
Rose?
Clarification. Thank you, Bob, for asking that question, but I don't still understand, what are these employees putting on charge cards or debit cards?
In a flexible spending account, it's an IRS advantage that allows me to take money out of my check pre-tax and put it in an account for unreimbursed medical expenses. So,
Oh, this is medical expenses.
yeah, and child and dependent care as well.
Okay, I'm sorry, I thought they were going out and purchasing supplies.
No,
or
I'm
something.
sorry.
That
I'm
really
sorry.
had me.
This would be if I go to the doctor, I would have a debit card that can only be used for reimbursable medical expenses.
Okay, that had me confused. And the broker fees, $38,500. Is that, how is that based? I mean, you said it was being paid for by the companies that we were using, and now it is being based how?
Well, previously, when we went out to bid for a broker, I asked UHC and our dental supplier and others, what did you pay the broker we had at that time in commissions? And then they told me, and we went out to bid, said, we'd like to have a new broker, or we'd like to have brokers bid, but bid on a based fee. We don't want those commissions coming around the kind of without knowing what the brokers are making off of providing us a service.
And so what do we know?
We know that this is about $6,000 less than they were earning in commissions, which they bill directly back to us, the UHCs and so forth, than it was on a commission base.
So is this all they're making because they're putting in another new program and spending a lot more time explaining things?
That's all they're making off us, yes.
Okay.
And why we like that is because we know exactly what they're going to charge us at the end of the year.
Right, yeah, I like that.
Nothing
That's, I said, how is it based? Okay.
Any other questions? Mr. Schwenker?
On the $20,000 drug testing, I know that I was contacted by somebody, I know we're doing a lot of stuff in-house where they actually, I mean, I don't know the rules and regulations of HR, but there's a very big city to where now they're buying drug kits and they're doing it themselves. Is that something that is not?
I might be able to answer that. We did look into that several years ago, and in fact, some of us received training to do drug testing, but you get into liability concerns and privacy concerns of the employees, and we felt it better still to contract it to an outside agency, so to speak, versus doing it in-house. I mean, we can look at it again, but I think we would recommend that we continue doing it the way we've been doing it.
I agree, just let them do it. I don't want to deal with
Yeah,
the
like
risk
I
and
said, we
stuff.
did look at it before.
Okay. Any other questions?
Good question.
Seeing none.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jason's turn up.
This guy has been waiting a year to see you all again at budget.
I bet he has.
As you remember, last year at this time, Jason was a new member of the team O'Fallon. I will tell you, this year he has, with the software we've put to use, he knows as much about our vehicles and equipment as anybody, except maybe some of you. But
He knows more.
he has answers to questions where we did not have answers before. And with that, we'll let Jason begin going through his routine here.
All right. With the fleet, just something I wanted to put out there was over the last year, the logistics, operations, and maintenance for fleet has constantly been improving, and it's continuous. That's what we do, and we're continuing to improve with that. We've done continued tracking of expenditures, and in the future, we'll continue to be able to reduce our maintenance costs, our logistics cost, and just changing the systems. And that's really what it comes down to, is changing the culture and the systems of the city with their vehicles. With that, I'll go right into employee wages. You've noticed a reduction in the wages. The reduction in the wages comes from or stems from, we've separated out our wages. And Vicki, if you can chime in on that one as well, because she's...
And I can tell you, when Rick and I looked at this, what it actually looks like is he's losing a person, because that's what Rick and I had asked, is that it actually looks like you've lost a person, you're not asking for one back. He hasn't lost a person down in Fleet.
We found
So,
him.
Yeah. And what we've done is, a lot of the departments, not everybody, we're going to fill that in for the next budget year, but a lot of the departments have done time studies and allocated their employees to the different funds based on the amount of time that's being placed there. For Jason, he was able to look at work orders on the vehicles, and based on the work orders, we went back and allocated his employees to those different divisions. He has one employee that is dedicated 100% to the police department because that's all he does. He just works on police vehicles. So he's charged 100% to the police department. The remainder of his employees that used to be charged, most of them were charged 100% to general fund, are now also charged out to the street and road improvement fund, the stormwater fund, the water fund, the sewer fund, and the recreation fund. Because they are working on those departments' vehicles. So there was a reduction, and you're going to see in a lot of these divisions, you're going to now see a fleet division that you did not see before. And that fleet division is going to have some of the salaries of Jason's crew, along with the repairs and maintenance of the vehicles that are directly spent on those divisions' vehicles. So it's really a better allocation of the expenses.
And that was determined by number of work orders per department.
okay. Go ahead.
And this was recommendation upon the audit, right? Isn't this what they told us to strive for, to go to?
And this was an internal audit. So this was through our own auditor, had made a recommendation to do time studies. So
Good
this
job,
was
Carl.
part of it, and we requested this year during when they were submitting their wages to me, to go ahead and submit, for those that were able to do the time studies, they went ahead and submitted that. So we made changes, and some of the salaries have fluctuated based on that.
As we should have.
Go ahead.
And right into my operating budget, that's for line item 610-5320, vehicle repair and maintenance. There was also a 43.59% reduction there, and that was also due to the same aspect, where the maintenance allocations are going to the different departments. So I recommended for myself, based off of what I've done and inputted in collective data, that I will for general funds, I will take care of 110,000 of that, and that's based off of $100,000 for the repair of these vehicles, and another $10,000 would be for anything that's outsourced. My office supplies also, they have gone up, but running fleet is truly like running a business. It's ever increasing, it's ever growing, and it's evolving. I want to use some of that money to create a library. Currently, our publications are stuffed in filing cabinets, and we need to put a library up that actually shows books where you can actually see what's going on, what vehicle is which pub that you can pull out and read through that manual. Cleaning sanitary supplies, $800. We got to have a clean shop. Uniform and clothing is based off of 7 employees at Highwear with Highwear uniform. Safety equipment, $500. That's just going to cover my extinguishers, safety glasses, any odds and ends that I see fit that needs to be done at the shop. Small tools stays at $2,500, and that'll take care of any potential upgrades, potential new tools that come out that we may need for these newer vehicles. Dues and subscriptions. Of course, we're going to stay with the NTA subscription. of $300, and I believe that it is a cover for the entire city. And then the second one was additional division subscriptions, and what that's going to cover is any of the subscriptions that are going to come to me that I need to make a decision on whether I need to be subscribed to that or affiliated with that subscription or not. I've had numerous companies or subscribers coming up to me and talking to me, and I just want to make sure I have the funds there to be able to jump on board that. Training and travel has gone up dramatically, and that's nature of the beast on this one. The NTA conference, we will attend. The NTA weight distribution online class, frame fundamentals online class, Harley-Davidson school. This is the last class that the mechanic has, and he'll be completed for the Harley-Davidson course. The CITI Technical Institute, basically it's a car institute, and the NTT, those are specialized trainings. The good thing about those is we've already used them once this year for hydraulic training. It is a professional class. It's not embedded with any CarQuest or a company that in the end wants to come talk to you about something, about selling you something. This is a professional school that they attend, and the beauty of it is they'll come to you, and this cost could go down significantly as I speak to my peers in other cities and get them on board. So when that company comes out, they have more members attending the class from other cities as well. Telephone utility. Gasoline. For gasoline, we've estimated a cost of $3.30 a gallon. I'm asking for $375 for general funds, or for, I should say, the fuel pumps, the main fuel pumps down at Public Works. That is based off of my output reports for the fuel. And these output reports, I can tell you this, that the output reports were up and running as of April. We've done a lot of tweaking over the course of the year. We've done a lot of bringing the contractor in and out. Rebecca herself has came over and she's segregated them into different departments so that now I can tell you what vehicle has fueled up, at what time, who fueled it up, how much fuel they put in it, where it just, the reports are phenomenal. They go from, I can do an annual report and I can show the trend as it grows through the summer and then dips back down in the winter. I can show that vehicle in mileage, if you know where that vehicle has gone. Our vehicle now has we call it mileage reasonability. They cannot get fuel. They just can't walk up to that fuel monitor and put their card in and get fuel. They now have to punch in the right miles. And if it's not within 25 or 30 miles of the odometer, it's not letting them get fuel. And it shuts them out. And then they have to come up and see us. That's kind of a pain, but the end result is you tell them what they did wrong, you fix it, and you let them go do it again. And it usually doesn't happen again.
Jason, can you just mention what is in the per gallon for this year?
In the per gallon for this year is I've estimated it to come out to 105,410.
Per gallon price, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, $3.30.
No, this year, as compared to next year. You're at 360 something this year?
I think it was
64?
I don't know. I think it was.
It was 364.
It's gone down.
Yeah. It has gone down. If you got gas within the last 5 days, it's really gone down.
And one thing, so you know, too, when we're looking at vehicle replacements now, we're looking at miles per gallon. We're looking at the efficiency of vehicles. And we're saying that a smaller vehicle might work better. That's the vehicle we try to recommend.
Okay. Capital?
Capital. I'm requesting a tire change machine. Currently, I have a tire change machine. Last year, I requested a tire balancer. This year, I'm requesting a tire change machine. I've looked at the tire change machine we have. It's very old. and I watched the mechanics seat a tire, and we don't use our hands on those machines anymore. Today's machines have a roller, it comes down, it seats the tire for you. I still have two mechanics, one standing on each side of the tire, and as that rim is going around, they're standing on it or pushing on it with their hands. Not good. Not good at all. I've locked out, consequently, I've locked out that machine. We don't use that machine anymore. So I'm requesting a new machine for those purposes. I am requesting a 5-horsepower rotary air compressor. This is unlike a piston air compressor. A piston air compressor is very loud. My office has taken over the air compressor room, so we've moved the air compressor, of course, out into the shop. Most of the time, we're shutting it off when we have our meetings, when there's phone calls being made. The machine it's obnoxiously loud, and I'm just requesting to replace that with something that's quiet, that'll allow us to work and allow us to function within the shop. I have employees that are now turning it off and going back to wrench and hammer because it's that obnoxious. It's right there in the shop and it echoes. I am requesting some funds to start to build a fleet manager office in the way that it needs to be fit. Currently, it's about a 10 by 15 room, and it's chock full of filing cabinets, and it's less than desirable as far as is workable. The office would be built at the far end of the building when you come in, within the building itself, so it will use some room up. I would make it load bearing on top so that at least I could put some asset tagged items up there. When we remove them from vehicles, we could lock them up there in a cage, and other odds and ends up there as well. But ultimately, I need a space to spread out. I need a space when I do a truck spec, I need to see 5 different trucks at one time laid out on a table. You can't keep putting one on top of the other and then going back to the other one. You need to see it all laid out. With that, I would also connect to that an assistance office, and that would control the flow of traffic of people coming in, whether that be our own employees to sales reps coming in asking to speak to me about something. She or he could find out if I'm available or not.
That's a future use.
It's future use. We're also requesting a 4-post heavy-duty lift. Currently, I have a 40,000-pound lift, and I have a 14,000-pound lift. Below that, I have a 2-post 9,000-pound lift, which we do not use. It is what it is. It's 2 posts. It takes up space, and what we want to do is if I get a 27,000-pound lift, which is in between the 2 I have right now, that'll cut the bottlenecking. Because right now we're bottleneck maintenance. Really only one large truck can go on one lift, and we're done. Then we have to wait till that one comes off before we can get the other one on, if it's the kind of maintenance that needs to be up in the air. The second lift that we do have is dedicated more so, it's the lighter lift, and it's dedicated more so to our light fleet, and there is always a cop car up on top of that lift. So we're requesting 2 lifts so that we can do maintenance on 2 trucks at the same time versus waiting for one, moving it out of the way, putting the other one on, finishing that one on the ground that we can finish, and back and forth. We can finish a truck, get it off the lift, and go on.
The 2-post lift that he's talking about replacing is a remnant of the old fleet building that was in Westhoff Park. So it was just reutilized down here, and as Jason says, it doesn't really fit our needs anymore.
Take care of the Harley.
Questions?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Pepper?
I know something that is not in here that we have talked about in the past, and that is the undercarriage spray for getting rid of the salt, being able to drive the vehicle over high-pressure spray up underneath, et cetera, and actually installing that in our system?
We have looked at that, and we've gotten prices. One of the things that Jason is doing is changing the culture of how we take care of our fleet. And that starts with, one thing he's instituted is a new wash policy. And he says you can't take the human element out of washing fleet vehicles when it comes to salt out. If you try to automate the process, you're going to turn the solid salt into a liquid brine that's going to be getting into channels and electrical wiring. It just won't get it all out. So it's going to take some form of a human element of getting in there. So at this point, we weren't prepared for a train to come by. And so we weren't prepared to come in with some numbers that we felt that were premature as to some type of a wash bay that you're talking about. That is something I think you'll see, some type of structure that will come in 2016 where we have a better feel for where it'll go, what it will do and what it won't do.
What I'm thinking about is trying to reduce the amount of salt degradation on the underneath sides of all the vehicles, not just trucks. But, you know, cop cars come in, they're driving in this stuff all the time, too.
Well, they go through an automated system. We're talking basically for the larger trucks and pickup trucks.
Okay.
But, yeah, any vehicle, car, goes to an automated wash. And in fact, there's a new policy that, again, where we're changing how we take care of vehicles. There's going to be a fall and a spring, kind of a more detailed overall cleaning and detailing of the vehicles. So before the salt is down, they'll be waxed and better taken care of and be ready for winter. Then after winter's over, they'll get that same treatment, and we think that will help as well.
I appreciate that.
So
Thank
that's
you.
been bid out.
Any other questions or comments for Fleet? Jeffrey?
I'm tickled to death on this gas deal that we implement. I know, John, first year I probably haven't beat you up on it. So I'm glad we've implemented it. It's something that was well overdue. You know, we just didn't have the technology, and we never moved forward on it. I'm glad we did.
Well, we knew outsourcing was always a question. Jason can tell you now almost to the penny of how much is outsourced and what's being outsourced.
No. I'm talking about gasoline, of keeping track of it. Is that what you're talking about? Okay.
Then never mind what I just said.
Councilman Feeney.
I'd just like to compliment both of the gentlemen sitting there. They have led the way of making our city a little bit better for us in keeping our fleet and starting to bring it around where it will be neat, clean, and it lasts us a little longer. And I hope our employees take a better look at it and know that they have to take care of it also. And that's the thing I think Jason will bring to the employees, that, you know, he expects it clean, and he has a clean shop, so they know what to expect. And I know snow's coming, so you can get started on plows and spreaders now.
One of the first things Jason did was said, you don't bring in dirty vehicles for my mechanics to work on.
That's right.
And now with the new policy, that has expanded from my four walls out to the city. So we're really looking at, again, it's almost training the employee to wash that vehicle. And then it's baby steps. Then we'll go into looking at an automated system. Because what I don't want them to get, I don't want them to think that just because you run through an automated system, that there's still not going to be salt under the frame carriage and up in there and up in the C channel of that frame. It's still going to be there, and it's still going to corrode, and it's still going to make us change wire harnesses and do a lot of maintenance that could have been prevented.
Mr. Howe?
Thank you. Thank you for all the hard work. Everybody's corrected. The fleet has come a long way in the last year or so, so I do appreciate that. My only question is, currently we have gasoline and diesel, that are regular gas and diesel gas. Is that what we're running with?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We don't have any other fuel options out in the fleets at all right now?
Well, I think the only thing I might add is the motorcycles run off of premium.
Yes.
Okay.
So they do have a different purchasing system.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. I was just curious if that's what it was for sure. That's all. Thank you.
Jason has been going to a lot of classes, though, for alternative,
It's getting late.
thank you. So I think in the future, he may have some ideas, because he's really been making sure that's one of his priorities.
Oh, that's good to know.
Again, I've been talking with a lot of my peers in other cities as well, trying to bring, just talking to them, seeing how interested they are, because that's, especially if you go to, not propane, but natural gas.
Right.
If you're going natural gas, that's something that is quite an expense.
Right, I know there's a lot of other different businesses around, just in the St. Louis area alone and that, but it's good that you're keeping an open mind with all that, too. It's kind of interesting, the more popular the alternative fuels get, it seems like the lower the gas prices are getting. I don't know, just kind of interesting, but anyway.
Okay, any other questions? John?
And Mayor, if I could have one more thing, at the risk of getting beat up here tonight, I'm going to ask for another unpopular thing here, but it's something we want to at least make you aware of. And again, understanding what was said earlier, I'm going to come on with the bad news that we were requesting an additional mechanic to work on help. Right now, we have one of the mechanics does 30% of our fleet, and that's the mechanic that works on the police cars and a lot of the administration cars. We also have our police vehicles, when they're outfitted with all the, everything that makes them a police car, costs us, and correct me if I'm wrong, $1,400 a car to do that. And it's done by a contractor who comes in and then is gone when this stuff has to be troubleshooted, when the electrical, the wiring doesn't work. So the proposal is at some point to hire an additional mechanic that would be qualified to do installs for police cars and also assist the mechanic that currently works on police cars. So there again, not that we expect to have it this year because of the restraints with the budgets, but at some point, we think it will be needed down at Fleet to have another mechanic as the city grows.
Okay.
And with that, that's all I'll say.
Jeff?
Thank you for making us aware of it, but as you do that, just make sure when you're talking what we outsource and what we would be paying somebody long-term, that them numbers are presented very clearly.
And they're not there yet.
Okay. Jason, thank you.
I don't think you're done with Jason. He hasn't gone over the fleet.
I figured we'd just do the fleet when each department came up, but if you want to go ahead and do it, go right ahead.
I do have the requests, the capital requests for general funds for SRIF, recreation, water, and sewer. For general funds, we're requesting 12 vehicles.
Which is in the front page, part of tab 15.
And requesting a Ford Fusion to take the place of their Chevy Impala. Their current Chevy Impala, right now their Chevy Impala is a 2005. It's got 90,500 miles. What I would be asking, though, is to take this car and actually roll this one over to Fleet to use as we'll call it a runner, but when I get the phone call as a fleet manager, do you have a vehicle I could use to go to Rolla, to go to Jefferson City? We'll use this vehicle, we'll keep this one well-maintained until it gets to a point where we'd need to get rid of it, probably more likely next year. But I'm looking at getting them a Ford Fusion for this year at the cost of $16,168. The next vehicle I was looking at was code enforcement. Theirs is actually an additional vehicle, so there's no vehicle to be replaced. And that too was going to be a Ford Fusion for the cost of $16,168. And understand that these numbers are coming from the bid and then my add-ons as far as the safety. We're looking at strobe kit, first aid, fire extinguisher, fleet keyed, those kind of options. So that's where I get the total amount from. We're also asking for 8 Ford Interceptor Explorer type vehicles. To keep it very simple with that, I have 16 Crown Vics in the fleet still. And these Crown Vics are well over 100,000 miles. And the cost of maintaining them are going up. And I'm talking more about differentials and transmissions and potentially engines, not just alternators and water pumps anymore. So they're getting worse. Total cost for the total anticipated cost is $290,344 for all 8. And that does include the cost of the build pack for the police. Landscape. One vehicle that I wanted to bring to your attention was they are requesting a F550 Muni body. And I will say this with the Muni body. We haven't had good luck with Muni bodies in the past because they were ill-maintained. I will put this vehicle on a robust preventive maintenance schedule, and we'll have it in more than a normal truck to maintain this thing and keep it going. It's going to replace 379, which is a 2004 F350 with a dump body. That vehicle is moving up in cost, and it's currently for sale because it's no longer drivable. Landscape is also requesting a Ford F350 to replace a 2002 Ford F250, and that one's got 78,100 miles. Again, this one is now starting to shutter under a load, so we're removing it from service. It's other than spending a lot of money on this thing to keep it going, we're going to replace it with 350. Project management, we are requesting a replacement of their Ford Explorer with a Ford Fusion. One of my inherent jobs is to try to reduce the footprint of the fleet. And I'm saying reduce the footprint, that's either through vehicle reduction or size of vehicle. If I can, I will. And I believe I can with this, with the Explorer switched out for a Fusion. And another vehicle that they have to replace is their 550 bucket truck. That is a rather expensive vehicle. The reason it has to be replaced is I have to send it to Texas to get it certified. It's reached its 15-year limit, and no company, unless it's UTEM itself, the company that actually makes the system, will not inspect it and give me an annual inspection. And with that, when I purchase the new vehicle, those are going to be some of the things that I have to look at: proximity and price. Where's this vehicle located at? So that when I do an annual inspection, I can actually take it to somewhere rather than have it trained or trucked or driven a far distance. For Streets Department, spent a lot of time speccing out a municipal truck. And I'm not talking about a highway type of single axle dump. I'm talking about a municipal one with setback axles, one that's capable of doing what we as a municipality need to do. I have received the bids on that. However, I just received them, and I haven't had a chance to actually lay them out to compare apples to apples and figure out what's the actual best deal for that. So with that, we're still asking to replace the 5 single axle trucks, and I can go through them because of their price in detail. But I can tell you, we should replace 213, which is a 2006 International. It's got 60,000 miles on it. We've spent $4,400 on it in in-house maintenance, $1,845 in labor, and another $4,152 outsourcing this vehicle. Problem we're having with internationals as I go through these, understand, international they have issues with their emission systems, their regeneration systems, and we are paying the price for that. And if you look online, you will see that there's a lot of information out there about what international is actually having to go through. Whether they fixed it or not, I'm not sure, but they're going through it, and we're paying for it. A lot of the issues, of course, are corroded wiring as well as the emissions. And the second one I want to replace was 234. That's an international. Again, we've spent $5,608 on in-house maintenance, $4,500 on labor, and $5,500 for outsourcing. And these are all critical cells. 214 is another international. It's a 2004 with 65,000 miles. We spent $1,000 on in-house, $1,300 for labor, and for outsourcing, this one included hydraulics though, so it's got a little more to it, was $6,000. You know, these vehicles are generating 18 to 30 work orders in the sense I've been here, each vehicle. 235, another high cost, is $74.18 for in-house maintenance, $3,000 for labor, and $9,000 for outsourced maintenance. Again, all attributed to the regeneration package.
You can see the pattern here with these dump trucks.
218 is the last one I'm looking at. That's a 2005 with 70,000 miles on it. Cost of the city total was $10,000 for the last year. In-house maintenance was $3,400. Labor was another $2,500. And outsourced maintenance was another $4,900. This one was transmission, PTO, and emissions again. Streets is also requesting 3 Ford F-350s to replace their old F-250s. 283 would be replaced with an F-350, and that one has 78,600 miles. Critical cell, 242, is an F-250 that needs to be replaced. It also has 1,500 in cost of the city. 230 was $1,650 cost of to the city, and this one is a 2004. These are suspension wiring issues. A lot of them are just the same things over and over again. Corrosion. Parks is also requesting a Ford F-150 to replace their Ford Explorer. That one would be for the Parks manager. With that, he's also requesting an F-350 to replace one of the older 250s again. And also a single axle dump, which was part of my bid spec as well. Same truck, same single axle dump truck is going to replace truck 307, which is an F-350, so it's not technically a sizable truck, trade for trade, or a replacement for replacement, but we are not growing in trucks. We're replacing that truck with a larger truck. And that, ladies and gentlemen, I think is it.
Thank you.
Great job.
Questions? Mr. Howe?
I guess the real thing that I was looking through this earlier and I keep coming back to is the 5 dump trucks.
Yes.
I mean, is this the maintenance part, the issue that we're dealing with? Because the one's only got the 58,000 miles on it, the other one's got 60, They're all in 63,000, 64,000, 67,000 miles. The mileage doesn't seem extreme.
No.
And obviously, they got better trade-in values with the lower miles, but is this, I mean, you've got that the excessive corrosion and the maintenance cost from 7,000 to as high as 18,000. I don't know.
Mr. Feeney?
Mr. Howell, I think what you're missing here, these trucks are snow fighting trucks, so their 50,000 miles are probably closer to 100,000 miles because of the wear and tear on the chassis and all the framing underneath. You're tearing it up when you're going up and down the streets. Your blade's down, you're taking on all the jarring that you can. Now, I know that they have moved forward to going to some new cutting edges here in the near future that will help alleviate some of that jarring on the truck and make it easier for the driver. But these past trucks have been a lot of problems in International's life. They failed their EPA standards, and International doesn't want to do anything about it. And we're just going to have smoking engines all over the place as the next few years.
And that's what I was trying to talk about earlier. A lot of the stuff we outsource are these international trucks.
It's a domino effect, too. When you fix one system on these trucks, the next one goes down. If I fix an airline, my compressor's going down. It just continues to...
So it's just a bad product.
Yeah.
Yes.
For lack of a better term, I guess.
Mr. Pepper?
Yes, there's another, like, no, are you putting on engine runtime meters specifically on cop cars and whatever in order, everybody says, okay, you got to change your oil at 3,500 miles. Well, cop cars, they may not show that. Their engine run has probably been equal to 10,000 miles.
What I do, Mr. Pepper, is I actually do a oil analysis, and I send it off to a lab, and it's free. And I say it's free because we use the energy product for our fuel. So what I do is I do an oil analysis, I send it off to a lab, we get that analysis back, and that dictates whether we change the oil or not, or whether it's 90% of them come back, no need to change. However, those few 10% that come back that need to be changed, that oil analysis tells me more than just change the oil. It tells me what kind of metals are in that oil, where it's coming from, where we have potential problems that are going to come up in the future. So the oil analysis actually works better to me than, I understand the hour meter. No, I'm not looking at an hour meter in those vehicles, but I am doing an oil analysis. And again, we used top quality synthetic fluids in those cop cars.
What's the turnaround time?
For an oil change?
No, for the analysis.
Oh, it's 2 weeks. 2 weeks. Send it off, comes right back. I mean, it's just, it's pretty quick.
Okay. Okay, that satisfied me on that one. Thank you.
Mr. Lucas?
My only question was, there's a couple, I don't know what to call them vehicles, but that you didn't cover in here, like the backhoe, the...
I did.
Skid steer, are we going to cover those under the individual?
Streets will, when they come in.
Just want to make sure that, okay. I'm good.
won't forget.
Something for them to talk about.
Mr. Schwenker?
And most of the new vehicles, just to touch on what Jim said, most of the new vehicles that are coming out, they dictate it. They're getting away from the mileage aspect of it because the oils are so much different. I mean, if anybody up here's got a new vehicle besides Bob,
Really?
most of you know that it'll say 97% oil life left, 80%. I mean, they're getting away from the mileage because the oils are so much different. All of the new vehicles we buy probably are, most of the new vehicles have that built in to them. Second thing I want to talk about is going back to the Munibody. I just know on here where it says this vehicle will be available for snow plowing, but are we charging the parks 100% for this? I mean, this goes back to our in-house audit. I know we're doing this with pay and everything, but I mean, my understanding was we were going to start doing this with everything. So, I mean, If it says this vehicle will be available for snow plowing, are we going to keep track of that? And then if it does snow plowing, we're going to charge it back to the street? How are we doing that?
One thing we've come up with, we've talked about, was streets will purchase the plow and equipment that it needs to go snow plowing. When that vehicle sells, it will sell with the plow. That's where Parks would recoup the entire funds back. So they're actually, you sell a truck without a plow, you get $2,500. You sell a truck with a plow, you get $5,500. So they get the difference. Streets doesn't look for the cost difference when you go to sell that truck with a plow. That was one of the ideas that was presented, as far as buying it with separate funds because it's going to be used. I'm not sure, to tell you the truth.
Yeah, I don't know if I don't know if I agree with that. I don't know if I agree with that concept. You know, I don't know how to break it up, but I know that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to break it up so each department is responsible. I would disagree with that concept, though.
Hertz Rent-A-Truck.
One of the things we've talked with our city auditor, Carl, about, because you know, if you don't watch this could get really out of hand. This could be, these guys are going to be spending 100,000 hours figuring all this out. Carl feels very comfortable right now about the way we're splitting things up, because if I start charging streets for every little tiny little thing, guess what streets is going to do? Right, Mr. Bender? He will start charging parks and maintenance for everything. You know, it's going to get to the point where it's crazy. I mean, you could technically take my hours and split them all over the, you know, department. You could take Vicky's, put them all over every fund, and I think we have to come to something that is manageable, works. Our auditor is very pleased with the way we're working on this, and it makes some sense. Or I will have staff spending more time figuring out, and it's going to be, because I've seen this happen before, if you're going to charge me, then I'm going to charge you, and it gets out of hand. And it does not keep Team O'Fallon working together as a team.
I agree 100%. I just want to make sure we're efficient of what we're doing and how we're doing it, because we did lose control of it for quite a while, and I know we're putting it back in perspective now. I don't like that idea, but if they're monitoring it and they're saying this is the way we need to move because it was out of control before, so as long as you're keeping an eye on it and you feel comfortable with it, I'm comfortable with it.
Okay, anything else? Thanks, Jason.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Sir?
it's 10 o'clock. Are we good? I don't want to be here till midnight.
John's got one more to do.
Okay.
Mike is known for being fast.
Yeah.
Fast, Mike.
Put pressure on him right away. And also, Vicki, could you put him?
Well, I put
him on his
Michael,
first
go ahead and sit down. I'm going to leave it up to this council, because if we're not going to do water, sewer,
Let 'em go
environmental
home.
services, and economic development,
Let him go.
let them go home.
Yep.
We're saying this is the last one?
Yes.
I would say we listen to this and make a motion to come back for another time for the remaining.
Well, I would say
7.
we'll start those folks, we'll finish up on Thursday.
Okay, just so I know when they're going to.
I
So
would just
they'll start first.
Start first on Thursday.
And is that too, Mr. Mayor, is that, Graham, all those in there, is that too much for one night, or should we go to a third
Oh,
night?
my guess is going to be too much for one night, but,
Yeah.
you know, as I said, I don't know, you know, depends on how it goes.
There's a third night on the calendar already.
Yes.
Okay.
Vicki?
I do believe that Mike Hurlbert requested this evening because he cannot be here at the next meeting, so I don't know if we could maybe do his this evening.
He's going
I
down.
think we can accommodate that. What, you going to Kansas City for the game or what? Go ahead, sir.
On Mike's budget, some things went up, some things went down. He's going to do some stuff to some buildings.
Thank you, Mike.
There you go. Thanks, Mike.
That's the end of that.
Any questions for facilities maintenance?
Not at all.
Mr. Leonard, go ahead.
Come on, Mike.
We, going down through here, some of the changes is going to be in wages. I did do a study this year on where we spent most of the time at, and according to this study is how we adjusted the pay. So some of that is shifted in different departments. Going down through here, contract services, it actually went up, but also has some meetings today with our elevator company, and some of that money is going to be coming out of that. We actually was able to get a better deal and a lower price.
And also getting a little ahead of ourselves with this, with the energy improvements that CTS will be presenting to you at the next workshop. The HVAC contract would be affected as well.
Going down, equipment repair maintenance had dropped this year. There's still some money left in there, and I'm in the process of buying a bunch of LED lights, changing out LED lights on the outside and also inside. Cleaning supplies just went up a little bit just because of the cost of the cleaning supplies, toilet paper, paper towels. Went down, chemicals, that is something new this year. That is something that was always taken out of parks. After some discussions, we felt that it's better utilized coming out of the general fund because we do more subdivisions what we do than parks.
The insecticide.
Mosquito fogs.
Mosquito fogs, yes. Moving down, training and travel, we did cut a little bit out. I've got several leads on some training for the maintenance staff, so most of that will be spent this year. Next year, we did cut that back just a little bit.
And some of that wasn't used this year because Mike felt he couldn't find the training that he felt we were going to get enough bang for our buck. So rather than to get some training that wasn't really going to benefit us, it was better to not spend the money.
That wasn't planned. That should have been 3 meetings.
Any questions?
For your capital.
Capital, we have, first thing is the replacement of the, we have several different layers of roofs up in this building. One of them is the old rock roof. That has had some significant leaks this year. We've had some temporary patches, and it is in desperate need to be replaced. The $91,000 will also replace the insulation that's underneath it. We've also found out this year that the insulation is bad underneath there as well. So it would be a total change out. We are also going to go with a white roof, so that is energy efficient, more energy efficient than that black roof.
This was an original roof that wasn't done when City Hall was redone.
The next one is working on the parking lot here at City Hall. I've been working with the engineers. We came up with a dollar amount, and we kind of split it up in 2 years. There's also some other improvements down by the senior center that could affect some of this as well. Next is the replacement of carpet at the in the basement of the senior center. This year we've got in the budget to replace a big section of the seniors down in the basement. This is starting to do the small rooms off to the side. The next one's some carpet replacement here in the police department, and then also to do some painting in some stairwells, which we've done one this year as well. The next one is a replacement of the mosquito fogger machine itself. It's 10 years old. It's about reached its limit. The newer ones, we get this calibrated every year. It is being calibrated, but they're having a little bit more difficult time. The new ones will be a whole lot easier to calibrate, and we'll be able to keep up with that.
Questions on facilities maintenance? Mr. Schwenker?
The phone, are we just adding another cell phone?
No, what the cell phone is ones that are the ones that are in the Parks Department. They took those 3 and moved them over to this account, so it's easier to keep track of.
It's not adding any phones, it's
It's not
just the
adding any
phones that were in a
phones.
different budget are now all put into one place.
Rose?
I just have a question. Where are we mosquito fogging?
All through these subdivisions. So if we get a complaint.
Per request.
That's what I thought, upon request. So other
Complaint
than that,
basis.
do we do any other fogging, like parks or anything?
Yes, we do the parks, we do the stadium. 4th of July, we do hit that park very heavy. Jamming concerts, we do that as well.
Very good, thank you.
It's done by, on a complaint basis. Okay.
Yeah, that's what I thought, but I was just curious.
Anything else? Michael, thank you, sir.
Just very quickly, now you might have mentioned, I missed it, CTS is going to be at your next workshop, which will be the energy audit for the city buildings, and I know there are things in there that Michael will plead for. But we would need monies for 2016, but I just wanted to at least mention, we're ready for that.
Mr. Schwenker? You want to make a comment?
I guess I would refer to Bonnie. I walked around, but I guess I should do it aloud. If we're going to go ahead with Mike, do you have any kind of time frame? I mean, I would hate to leave if we're looking at 20 minutes, to finish this up, or 40 minutes to finish this up. Do you have any kind of time frame? I mean, if you're talking 2 hours, 3 hours, then
I mean, admin and legal, I can do any point. Environmental services, I don't think Jim's going to be that long. The only one I'm real nervous, or I really want you to take the time with is sewer and water. I really do, because you can't rush that. And I know everybody's getting really tired.
I just assume we.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we would make a motion to let Mike
Let's go ahead
do
and let
his.
Mike do it, since he's requested for tonight. So, gentlemen, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Harbert?
It's been a
Then
pleasure.
Jim and Dan.
Let him go. Well,
I make the motion that, since we have the third night on the schedule anyway, I mean, we've been at it over 4 hours now. We'll let Mike do his, and then save the other 6, start those off Thursday. See as far as we go. There's no use of being here another.
Second that motion.
okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, Mr. Hart, gentlemen, y'all can leave except Mr. Harbert.
I apologize to those out there that have anxiously been waiting. Sorry about that.
Pam had a question for you.
Mr. Harbert is tab 18. Who's got a question?
Pam had a question for you.
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Howe made the motion, Mr. Hinman seconded it.
See, we're even losing Pam. That's never happened before. That's a first.
I wouldn't say never.
Oh, I would have never, you're done.
Michael?
Definitely getting late.
Tab
Good
18.
evening. Thank you for taking the time here. I had a long, elaborate speech about the support of this council with economic development, how appreciative I am, so I'll just bypass that one. There are 3 items for the budget that I wanted to point out. Office supplies, there's a 50% increase. That actually comes from the fact that we got a new printer at the end of last year, and the print cartridges are much more expensive than what we planned for this year's budget, and so that kind of represents that increase for this year, the 15. The second item is special events. That's actually a 66% increase, and that's for $2,000 more for business outreach meetings, which is actually objective number 2 of the Economic Development Strategic Plan. So we'll be looking to do quarterly, biannually, or annual meetings, such as mayor's breakfast meetings and summit meetings with different sectors of the workforce. We have an industrial summit actually coming up at the end of this month, and that's kind of the first one. So that represents that increase. And then the third item is under training and travel. We added $1,200 for the Lakeside at the Locators event, which I attended for the first time this year and found it phenomenally helpful, very interesting in the take back I took from it. Actually put it to work right away in the 6 or 7 special projects that we have currently looking at the city of O'Fallon. And I think it has actually created some good results that we'll be hopefully announcing soon. So those are the 3 items that we increased. The overall budget is actually being held. We're at 1.5% below what we had last year. So real quick, that's a synopsis, and I'm available to answer any questions.
Just for the folks at home, we hired Chad.
Yes.
How's things going with that?
It's going great. He has been stepped right into everything off the bat. Has been working with a number of potential applicants to facilitate the process a little more efficiently and quickly. And we are, I think, making inroads with helping to improve the process.
Questions on Rose?
Okay, mine's real easy here, Mike. On Business e-newsletter, is that $450 for development of the website? Is that what that is?
That's actually for the
Or for the newsletter? Under 125,120.
Charge for contract services?
Yes. Yes, that is. It is for the development of the online, upgrading the development, the e-newsletter that we do monthly, and making it more graphically appealing, what we just started doing, and actually trying to implement it better with the website.
Will that be done in-house or?
Yes.
Well, okay.
Yes.
Oh, it says contract. And my other one is Ice House Entrepreneurship Program. I like entrepreneurship programs. Is that, Ice House, I'm not familiar with. Is that a program?
The Ice House program is through Lindenwood, Drury Center for Entrepreneurship.
Okay.
And it's actually, we are co-oping with the O'Fallon Chamber of Commerce.
Saw that.
So that they will be paying $2,500, we'll be paying $2,500, and we will be getting approximately 10
to 10 or 15.
10 to 15 scholarships for classes that Drury Center will be holding for business owners that are struggling. So we'll actually have an opportunity to help struggling businesses in the city, business owners, with different aspects of running their business, all the way from bookkeeping to other things that they may not be doing well in. It's an opportunity to actually help a business that we haven't been able to physically give them.
So it's not for a person coming in with an idea, it's for an established business, but, yeah, okay, got it.
Councilman Hinman.
Thank you. Just one question on here, Mike. We held a very successful event at MML. Sponsored a hospitality evening, and I thought it was a great event. I think the folks on this council and staff that were there also thought that. I would like to recommend that we put some money into your budget to do that event again, and whether that's a nominal fee of $1,000 to help out with some of those expenses. I'd like to make a recommendation, and I'm not sure what amount you would think would be appropriate for that.
I don't have an exact cost on what that event would have been. I think $1,000 would be more than enough to cover it.
Bonnie?
Are you, Mr. Himmel, are you talking about doing it next year at Kansas City?
Kansas City.
I would like to put it in there. If we make a decision we're going to do that, then it would be available. If not, it'd be left.
Jeff?
I would second that, and I would say, I think from the feedback we got this year, I think, with the leadership of Councilman Howell and Councilman Hinman on this, I think it would be phenomenal if we did it, if it was in Kansas City. I think we would be more of a talk, and I think it would bring more attention to this city.
We need a vote.
Mr. Pepper?
It's going to be a statement on this. I see we've got $20,000 for the St. Charles County EDC. I actually have a problem with that organization or their sub-organization, and I want to make sure that citizens' tax money is not going to support or oppose any ballot issue in the future, as it has in the past. Their subsidiary, Partners for Progress, which is a wholly owned subsidiary, registered with the state of Missouri, spent money on a ballot issue a couple of years ago and contributed to this, this campaign. And I want to make sure citizens' tax money does not go in any way, shape, or form. Otherwise, I want to see that money pulled from that organization if they ever try it again.
Well, Mr. Pepper, I can tell you that Bonnie's part of that board that goes to their monthly meetings, and she can express your feelings on that.
They are a 501c, what, 4?
I can tell you that Bonnie will pass that information on to the EDC.
They're very much aware of my displeasure, and I'm okay.
I understand they're very, but I want to make Bonnie, she can say, you know, if this is what the city is feeling. If the rest of council agrees with you, then she can go back to the EDC and say, this is what the city is requesting of you not to do. So.
And in the process, Bonnie, I can get you the paperwork to show you why I'm saying what I'm saying.
Well, it's.
Okay.
And I agree.
Just provide her the information.
I understand, but what I want to do is I want this council, not just Councilman Pepper making this request. If the rest of the majority of the council says, we agree with you, then fine. But if the majority of the council does not agree with you, then we leave it alone.
They violated federal regulations, okay?
I understand, Mr. Pepper.
Okay.
I just want a majority of the council to agree with what you're saying.
I don't think it matters, sir. In all honesty, I don't think it matters whether they agree or disagree. If it's against the law, it's against the law. Boom. That's it, over and done with.
Mr. Hammond,
we'll discuss it later.
What I would suggest you do because what we're going to do on Thursday.
Yes.
Or not Thursday, but our third night, whatever our third night is.
It's a Wednesday.
Come back and adjust the budget as is. You know, if you want to make the $1,000, if you want to make a note that you want to make the comment for $1,000 toward economic development for Emma, Vicki.
If you'd like, I can track it like we did last year, and we came back with an adjustment spreadsheet. You guys could vote on each. And I've been keeping track tonight of the requests that were made.
So, I mean, that's what we want to do. Instead of trying to get it done, do it all on Thursday with all the requests that we've had.
Gotcha.
Pleasure.
Motion to adjourn.
Motion by Councilman Feeney, second.
Hinman.
Second by Councilman Hinman. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? See you Thursday.